Good morning. Okay, just wanted to check. Is my camera okay? Can somebody just confirm if my camera angle is fine? Like I feel like my head is being cut off. Is it okay? Or should I move back? I think moving back works. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to check all that. Okay, I'll go back. Camera okay and audio fine? Audio is okay, right? Thank you very much. Okay, all right, I'm ready. So I'll just wait. Thank you.
Hello.
No. This is
Hello. Hear me? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the 6th edition of the International Women's Day Conference. It's an annual event, so it's hosted every year by 100 Women, the Women's Desk of SME100 Africa. Today, I'm going to facilitate this event today. My name is Pelumi Folorensho, Head of Programs for SME100 Africa. Good morning. Hope everyone is having a good day today. So the theme for this year's International Women's Day Conference is Choose to Challenge, Achieving an Equal Future in a COVID-19 World. We're going to be learning so much from women who have challenged their industries, women who have faced so much, women who have risen to the top in their various industries, and also get some tips on how to really cope in this COVID-19 era. Today we're going to have digital market. We have so much for you lined up today. We have some wonderful speakers. We're going to have a keynote speaker speak to us. We're going to have a digital marketing training with a presentation. We're going to have a financial literacy training as well. We're going to have we're going to also have a discussion on women in innovation and access to finance. We're also going to have how to adapt to the post-COVID-19, how to adapt to the digital workspace as well today. So I would enjoin everyone to just hold on for some minutes while I introduce. I would enjoy everyone to just hold on for a minute while we introduce our speaker, our first speaker for the day. The keynote speaker for the day is, as we all know, is Funke Bokno Obrute. She is the CEO of Sapphire Events. She has inspired us so much as women. She has pioneered the events industry, and she's done so much to really prove to us that she has chosen to challenge her industry. She has paved a way for women in the events industry, and it's an honor for us to have her here with us today. Without wasting much of your time, I'll just hand over to Funke Bokno Obrute to really give us her keynote address this morning. My name is Pelumi Foronsho once again. Good morning, Funke Bokno. So we're just waiting for her to just, I think.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Whoa. Can everybody hear me? Good morning.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Good morning, everyone. Oh my goodness, such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful morning. And I'm so glad to be a part of this fantastic conference. I mean, this is my second or third, no, my third, time of being a part of this. And this is my first time giving a keynote, and I'm so excited to be doing this. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity. I don't take this for granted at all. I always just love to when I can share, I'm always very glad to do so, because growing up, when I was younger, I never really, when I was in, let's say university, coming out of university, and then, starting my business, I had people that, taught me and shared with me and mentored me and opened the door and gave me, a way in, and, in different ways. It could have been from a conversation I heard. It could have been a deliberate time that they really, really spoke to me. It could have been they gave me an opportunity, and I did not take all those things for granted. So I'm always grateful for people that held my hand, and I'm always happy to be able to hold the next person's hand. So thank you. So we're going to be talking about I Choose to Challenge. That is the theme, for the Women's Month, and talking about, even just coming out of this COVID and, technology and, everything that we've had to, almost go through. And we're like, how are we surviving? So, I mean, for those of you for some people that know and some people that don't know, but I just want to tell you a little bit about my journey and how I was able to challenge, because it is a choice. It says, I choose to challenge. You have to choose it. It is a choice. You cannot stumble, and you have to be deliberate about it. And every time there's always a choice to either give up and a choice to forge ahead. So my journey started from when, of course, I'd always loved organizing events. I studied law in University of Lagos. From there, I came and I said, you know what? I'm not sure law is for me. I already knew law wasn't for me right from when I was in year one. But when I came to the realization was when I got to law school. And I said, you know what, this law ain't for me. And from law school, I decided that I wanted to go into, event planning. And finished law school, went to work in a law firm for just 2 weeks, quit my job, and then went to work in an advertising agency just to see how this would help me boost my, maybe my journey, because maybe at that time I wasn't even sure. Don't forget that event planning didn't exist. So I didn't even really know how to navigate, the industry. But I just knew that I wanted to help people plan events by taking the stress off them. So I went to work in an advertising agency and, for my youth service. But along the way, my friends were getting married and I started helping them. And as they say, the rest, they say, is history. But guess what? A few things that I learned during my journey at that time was that I chose to challenge a status quo that did not exist. I fought for a status quo that literally didn't exist. There was one person who had started doing this. She had started, and at that time I was like, how is this happening? And I went there, I challenged this status quo of people telling us it couldn't be done. See, the statement was, it cannot be done. When people tell you something cannot be done, you have to fight from your inner self to believe that it can be done. So from the inside, when people kept on telling me, who will pay? We will pay for event planning. We will pay for people to have event producers at their events. Nigerians are not going to pay. They don't pay for service. But guess what? People paid. And they kept on paying. And they kept on paying. And they kept on paying. And so at the beginning, I chose to challenge the status quo of Nigerians will not pay, or it can never be done. So one of the things I want you to take away from what I'm saying here today is that when people tell you something cannot be done, don't give up. You must have a resilient spirit, because that is what is going to take you from one level to the other. And that spirit is what has helped me today. That spirit is what is helping me every single day of my life. Let me also say something as well. You must learn how to adapt. Adaptability is a key that we must have in our lives. Guess what? COVID came. I started from a job. There are many parts to the story, but I'm going to, take you through another part. I started, COVID came. We were in this era, right? 2020. All excited. I was excited for the year 2020. It was going to be my best year. I had just come back from a trip in Dubai, from a conference for event planners. 2 conferences that I had gone for in Dubai. One was I was fully paid. Beautiful event. Everything was excellent. I was ready. We were going to take the world, right? First part, second part, then COVID. COVID had already started at that time. But I thought it can't hit us now. It can't come to Nigeria. Oh, we'll be okay. When I was in Dubai, there were already cases of COVID all over. But I just thought, oh, it's not going to come to Nigeria. We were already excited. Life was, merry. And then I got back home. And then all of a sudden, we had the first case. We had the second case, third case, fourth case. All of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. And then they now said there was going to be a shutdown. And we're shut down for months. As everybody knows, the event industry was hit. The event industry was one of the first major hit. At first, when we were going home, when we were telling all my staff, everybody were going to go home. We did care packages for the team. Everybody were also, we're like, oh, it's going to last for just a few weeks now. We'll come back to work. We're hugging ourselves. We did a dance challenge. We were just, pumped up. And then we were at home. And it became 1 month, 2 months. All the events we had in March, postponed. All the events we had in April, postponed. The ones we had, postponed. And I just thought, what is going on here? So the first thing that hit me was fear. Why am I saying this? Because a lot of times when we choose to challenge, we have to come from a place of fear. A lot of us are afraid. And fear is okay. Fear is fine. Embrace it. Don't let anybody tell you, don't be afraid. Do it, what? Afraid. Fear came in. And I was like, oh my goodness, how are we going to survive? How am I going to be able to carry this team that I have with me? How am I going to pay salaries? What are we going to do? For the first 2 months, at first, we were enjoying the lockdown. We were just excited for the first 2 months. Do you understand what I mean? But the realization hit. And I said, how am I going to carry this? What are we going to do? Now, as a leader, there's a lot of responsibility in leadership. And in all of us, for everybody listening to me, you are all in a position of leadership. We are leaders at every point. Some people think that people are followers. No, even if you are working in an organization, you are a leader. Even if you are in your home, you are leading your parents. Look, you are a leader. When I say leader, I'm not talking about leader or forceful leadership. You are a leader by what you do and what people see you do. You are a leader by how you act. You are a leader about making sure, wanting everybody else to succeed. You are a leader in the small job or small assignment you've been given. You are a leader. And with leadership comes great responsibility. So the responsibility was on me. I thought to myself, what are we going to do? How are we going to get this done? How are we going to pay salaries? How are we going to ensure that our clients are still okay? So I had a responsibility to my team. I had a responsibility for clients, and I had a responsibility even for my family. Right? So I had to stand up. I had to get out. I had to adapt. I said, what can we do? What should we do? I had to have a meeting. We started having meetings with the team. We were there, and guess I carried my team along. You must carry the people that work with you or are with you along. You cannot do it by yourself, because guess what? Great things, even if they come from one person's thought, you need people to execute. So you need to ensure that whatever you are doing, whatever you want to do, and however you want to challenge your status quo or challenge every single aspect of your life, you need people. So you must have relationships, you must have networking, and you must ensure that you are positioned. So resilience, adaptability, doing it from a place of fear. Anxiety came. Look, let me tell you, don't let anybody fool you. Don't let anybody tell you that, oh, they were not anxious. I was anxious at several moments, at several times. But it was from there I started thinking of new ideas. That's when we now started, we did our first hybrid wedding. Look, like if they told me that I will be doing a wedding virtually, I will tell them how. What do you mean? How can I be doing a wedding virtually? I never thought I could. I never thought it could happen. But guess what? It happened. Just from thinking of ideas. Just from saying, you know what? How can it happen? How can we do this? We're not going to let this get us down. We're not going to let COVID, stop us. So as soon as the lockdown we were allowed to do something, we did our first hybrid event, and we did it, and it was a success. And it opened the door for so many more events. So many more. People were calling us, oh, I heard that you are the best at hybrid event. I heard that you're the best at virtual. Oh, I heard that you did this event. I'm like, are you serious? Oh my goodness. So just because we chose to challenge. Just because we chose to challenge. So it's so important that you adapt, you are resilient, because to challenge anything, you must have these traits. Another trait is that you must have laser focus. You must have laser focus, because guess what? In life, there'll be distractions. In life, there'll be all kinds of distractions. COVID was a distraction. COVID was a distraction. So there's a goal you have. There's a goal you have. Look, and your journey with the next person's journey is different. Everybody's different. Everybody brings something to the table. All of us are unique. We're different. Look, I learned, even me, I'm learning about my life and about my personality, and I'm going to be 45 this year. And I'm learning that I need to embrace my difference. I need to embrace what makes me unique. I've always known it. I've always done it. But guess what? You have to know it more. Don't let life, don't let what people say, don't let all those things. Focus on your focus, as you all say. Make excellence part of your life. Make excellence what is important to you. And excellence is not something you achieve. Sorry, perfection. I want to say perfection is not something you achieve in a day. But when excellence drives you, when excellence moves you, you will get to perfection. And perfection is not once now. Perfection is a moving target. You always constantly want to be better than the next thing you've done. You want to be better than yourself. You cannot be complacent. So you must choose to challenge every single time, every single day, every single time of your life. Look, let me give you another time I chose to challenge. I lost my only sister. We're just two siblings. I lost my sister 3 years ago. I lost my father the year before that. I nearly gave up. See, look, you see, people look at people and you think, oh my God, everybody doesn't have a struggle. Everybody has a struggle. But when you understand your why or why you're doing something, when your struggles come, there'll be a time that you need to suppress it. You need to fight it. Look, it takes a fighting spirit to be able to come out of any situation you are in. It takes a fighting spirit. I could have broken down. I could have said, look, I nearly did. And I'm being real with you. I said, you know what? There's no essence to life. Because guess my daddy died. My sister died the year after. Why? Why? Why is it only me? Why? And we're just two children. You know, there was no other sibling. I'm the only person. All the dreams, all the ideas I had with my sister, everything, I felt he died with my sister. But guess what? I realized that I am alive. And only those that are alive can fight. Only those that are alive have hope. Only those that are alive. Those that have died have gone. We that were mourning, we will mourn them all, and we'll mourn them forever. But guess what? You cannot stay where you are and expect, you can't just, God blesses only someone that is moving. You understand? It's as you start to move, as you start to do, it's not when you are stagnant. Read, if I'm a Christian, so I will talk about my Christianity. If you read the Bible, you will see at every time there was an action that Jesus wanted people to do. Jesus could have done things without action, guys. What do you think? He could have done it without action. When he wanted to do the miracle of wine, he said they should put the water. There was action. When he wanted, when the fishermen were trying to get water and fish, and they were fishing all night and all day, there was an action. He said, cast your nets. There was an action. Right? There must be an action. You cannot stay on your bed and say that, oh, this is success. I want to succeed. I want to succeed in life. And then you just lie down on your bed. How will it meet you? There must be action. You need to move. You cannot be stagnant. You need to move. So I know that last year, 2020, we learned so much. All of us went through all kinds of seminars, workshops, every conference, we all went through it. Right? But guess what? This is the time of action. This is the time of execution. My theme this year is execution. There's so many things that I was supposed to have done last year. I didn't do it. And this year I said, no, I'm doing it. And I've started. This is a year of execution. I choose to challenge every status quo. Everything that says that it cannot be done. I said, no way, I will do it. And that is what I want you to, that is a charge I give everybody today. I want you to know that you must start moving. Action. You must start moving. You cannot be stagnant. And everything you need, you have. Because guess what happens to all of us? We always come up with, oh, I don't know. How will I do it? How will I? No. Guess what? Start. We want things to be perfect. I suffer from it though. I want everything to be perfect before I start. This must be put in place. This must be done. No. Everything cannot be perfect. You start improving as you go along. You start getting it done. You start improving. And for us as women especially, there are many things that are stacked against us already. We already have it. Oh, but as a woman, guess what? You need to ensure that you are a woman of substance and you have value. Nobody can shut you up when you have value. When you bring value to the table, nobody's going to shut you down. So you must understand that there's a value on the inside of you that you have, and you can add value to anything that you have set your mind to, or that you can do. So please, it's so important, because a lot of us, I always feel like, what do I have? But you have something. God said, what is that? Told Moses, what is that in your hand? He asked him. Moses was saying, oh, I don't know. I don't have anything. I don't know anything. He went up. He complained. And God said, there's something in your hand, my brother. He had all the excuses in the book. I stammer. He said it. I cannot talk. I'm timid. I'm this. I'm that. And God said, it's almost like God was telling you, Abi, are you okay? Didn't I tell you that I am the one that has formed you from your mother's womb? I have given you value already. You have value. All you just need to know is to see and to realize that you have value, that you are a woman of substance, and that there's nothing on the inside of you that cannot propel you to choose to challenge every single thing, to challenge everything that they've said that you cannot be or you cannot become. And we have enough people to see that are inspiring us ahead. You have your Konjo Iwalas, you have Kamala Harris, you have people, Ibukwa Woshika, Tara Feladrut. There are so many women that have chosen to challenge the status quo. And they are great examples ahead of you. So you have that example already. There is no way that you are going to fail. And there's no way that you're not going to succeed. So that's the charge I have. This is the time to take action. This is the time to move. 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 And that is what I want to leave us with today. So I thank you so much. I don't know if there are any questions or even anything, but honestly, that is what I want you all, to take. And there's something that I just quickly need to say as well. I talked about excuses, doing it afraid, just going ahead and just doing it out of a place of fear. There will be times that it will not work. There will be times that you will fail. Failure is part of life. Failure is life. You will do something. Look, I did something. I remember when I started my first wedding conference. I did it years ago. Years when I started. At the time I started it wasn't a success. But I knew then that the market was not ready for it. But by the time I wrote my book, it was a success. So you will fail. And I'm not trying to curse you, please, because a lot of people think, they say, we fail, life is, You will make mistakes. But how you redeem yourself from those mistakes, humility is very key. You must be humble. In everything, you must be humble. And don't forget where you are coming from. Don't forget what you have. Don't forget who you are. You are special. You are amazing. You are wonderful, and you will succeed. So let's move. It's time for action. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. We've learned so much from you. We've learned so much, and are grateful that you have spoken to us today. One particular thing I learned from what you said is to be resilient, constantly and continuously be resilient in everything that we need to do and push forward. There is no limit to what we can achieve. Before we let you go, we would like to, if you have any questions for her quickly, please just type it in quickly. If you have any questions for her. So I will just go with the first question. So can you, please, could you share with us strategies for travel agencies that are heavily affected by COVID-19 and how we can come back from the pandemic?
Yes, travel agencies. Wow. Yes. I think travel agencies were some of the people that also were deeply hit. So I think that one of the things that I would say for travel agencies, and what you have to really look within, look for how to create better experiences when we're really back from all this that is happening at the moment. In terms of how can you enhance the experience that your customers have. when they want to fly or when they want to, travel, what are you doing differently for them? How are you, you have to create another value chain for them, because they have now, I mean, people travel is back, but you need to really take people through the journey of what travel is now, what they should be doing, be almost like offer an extra service of being more personal with your clients. That's what I would say, because for me, I'm afraid I've not traveled since COVID, since March 2020 till now. I've not gotten on a plane. I've not gotten on the plane. And that's just because I'm I'm not scared, but I almost feel like I need like encouragement, so I think that travel agencies, you have to just try and encourage your clients, look for cheaper tickets, just look for ways to help, I don't have so much of the answers, but I just think that personalization, adding an extra value to your customers may help. That's the advice I think I would give.
All right, thank you so much for that question and for that answer. I really appreciate your response. So another question I'd like to ask that I've seen that is the most common question here. A lot of people have careers, and a lot of people are, maybe studying law, and they want to know there can be a lot of discouragement, especially from parents, if you want to go into the events industry and creating. How do they push further? How do they overcome this pressure from different people, from people that try to discourage them about going into something that's
Good. I love this.
Now that question.
Yes, that question is a question that I hear every time, because that is my journey. But guess what? I'll always say to anyone, and everybody's journey or story is different, and you have to find. I stayed in law. I studied my law. I stayed. My parents needed that validation of their daughter being a lawyer. I stayed in the law. I stayed. I mean, just because I needed to also prove to my parents that I could succeed in law, but this is not what I wanted to do, And in those periods, like I was telling one of my friends yesterday, you see, don't discount any part of your journey. I told one of my friends, I said, when I was in law school and when I was in Unilag, I remember I used to help my friends market their products. Now, guess what? Look at what I'm doing on Instagram. I wear clothes and I'm like, oh, I got this dress. And people say, oh, I love it. And they want to go and buy it. Then when I was doing it then, but that was part of my journey in Unilag. That was part of my journey when I was in university. Do you understand? So I think that you need to, for your parents, they want to see, parents are afraid. Sorry, just hold on 1 second.
Just give her a moment.
Apologies about that. So our parents are scared. They are afraid. They're thinking of your future. So you need to be able to convince them about this future that they're afraid of. They need to be able to see what this future will look like. When I told my parents I wanted to go into events, my dad thought, what is this girl talking about? And I said, Daddy, I've finished law, take your wig and gown, but I want to do events. He didn't understand it. But when he started seeing the value of it, he was the one that started encouraging me and started introducing me and started telling people that his daughter is an event planner. You understand? So you have, for whatever it is, whatever course you want to study, that you think you want to do. Sometimes, look, let me not lie, you may need to please your parents, or you may need to go against them totally. But guess what? They must see. So you yourself that you want to go against them, you must have built something that they will see themselves and say, okay, my daughter is right, or my son is right. And now they can go and do whatever they want to do. So it's not easy. You have to think about your parents. They've sacrificed. They've sent you to school. Or they think that by sending you to school, they want you to be an engineer, an aeronautical engineering engineer. They want to be a data specialist, a banking. Your parents want to boast with what they think it's what people boast with. So when they need to see that what you want to do is something that they can be proud of. People are content creators now, where the content creators did not exist before. The digital world did not exist as it is now. So your parents are scared. Please look at it from their side. They are scared. I have children. My daughter wants to play football. She said she does not understand university. She does not understand education. What is education for? That she wants to play football. She wants to be a music producer. She's 13. Now, I'm encouraging her to play football. She goes and plays football. And I'm not going to discount what she's saying. She's just 13. I'm not going to discount and say, oh, what do you mean you're going to play football? I'm going to be like, okay, your football. I'm going to nurture that part of her life. But guess what? I must still direct her in her educational part because she also cannot fail there. What if she decides when she's 16 that she's not going to play football again? And she has not looked at her education properly. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So it's important that every part of your journey is instrumental to the journey that you're going to achieve at the end of the day. Don't discount it. And look at your parents. They are scared. I'm telling you, I'm not lying to you. They are actually scared. They are afraid. They are afraid. So please understand where they are coming from. I'm sure that all these Mr. Macaroni, Taoma, all those people that are doing skits, their parents would have said to them, what are you doing? What is all this? But guess what? One of them, I think it's Taoma also, she's still in school. She's still in school now. One of them is still in university. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So a lot of all these people, they still went to school. I'm not saying university is the end and be all. Oh. Please don't get me wrong. But I'm just trying to say that don't say that, oh, my parents want this, and you'll just start fighting them. Understand where they are coming from. You may need to make extra sacrifices to let them realize the journey or the path that you want to take. Do you understand? So I think that's what I would say about that. It's my story. It's totally my story. It's even my sister's story. My sister studied law as well. And she became an on-air personality on radio. For years, she was on radio. My sister was a writer. My sister never practiced. We never practiced our law now. What do we want our parents to say? But when our parents saw that we were happy with what we were doing, they encouraged us. My dad would listen to my sister's radio every single morning. He never missed it. And my mom, you know. So it was my parents that would tell people, oh, my daughter is a planner. My daughter is a planner, you know. So that I think that's what I would say about that.
All right, thank you so much. Because of our time, we won't be able to take every single question out here, but we've learned, I know that we've really learned so much from all you've said to us today. We've learned to be resilient. We've learned how to also, what I learned from what she said is, know where your parents are coming from as well, but also show them that you are capable of doing something, show them that you're capable of pushing forward, and definitely the sky is your limit from there. So thank you so much for joining us from here back now. We really appreciate you for joining us today. Thank you so much. So without
thank you very much for the okay. So I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity, and my prayer is for everyone that you all succeed. And don't look at when you see everybody laughing, dancing. You see me laughing, dancing. Just understand that everybody has a struggle, but we choose to fight above the struggle. So that's what I want you to all understand. You're right. I love you all. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So now we'll be inviting our second speaker. We'll be inviting our second speaker from Aksamanta, Akinolu Akineye. He's head of energy and corporate groups for Aksamanta. He's going to be coming to speak to us about insurance policies. So I think he's on the call right now. We'll just wait for him to join in properly. Okay. All right, welcome, Mr. Akinolu Akineye. Nice for having you here today.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me loud and clear? Let me try to. Okay.
Yeah, we've just
two videos, so that I wasn't quite sure how this was going to play out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. We just heard a lot about risk from Buckner. So we'd like to, enlighten us on insurance, and I'll just allow you to take the floor on that.
Oh, okay. So I'll be talking about, and I'm happy to be here. It's always a pleasure to to work with the SME100, because we are here to celebrate women. And the role of women in the society, of course, cannot be overemphasized. Women have quite a lot of characteristics that women do not have. And I think some of those characteristics make them better placed in many cases to be fantastic business managers. I think I missed the program last year. I was out of the country around this time, but it's a pleasure to be back to discuss. And in the last 1 year, I think it's been a very, very difficult time for many of us, and women-owned businesses are not excluded, particularly because women are oftentimes required to do so many things. They are required to, support the home. They are required to support the children, the family, their husbands. At the same time, they're also required to run businesses. And our experience, at least my experience working from home in the last 1 year, has shown that, we need to appreciate our women a lot more because, working from home and then doing your own work takes a lot from you. And quite frankly, every time I do that, I just remember my wife, and I remember many of the women. This is what these women are going through. So I think the last 1 year has given us a lot more realization of the fact of the role that women play, the very hard work they put in place, the special skill they need and they have actually to do all those things, oftentimes faultlessly. And I think it's time to appreciate women. But beyond that, what I will be discussing a lot more today will be how to help women businesses grow in their business. And I'll be focusing more from the area of how insurance can help businesses, this time women businesses, to grow and to dominate their space. This time, I'll be focusing more on small businesses and what AXA Mansard is doing to try and fill in that gap. We all know the importance of insurance, and I will just, in a few seconds, talk about that. What insurance basically does is to ensure that whilst you focus on the strategic plan of growing your business, you worry less about some of the things that can happen that you would not plan for. You worry less that in the event of a fire, in the event of a loss, your business does not suffer that much. And the resources of the business that ordinarily you will use to replace those assets, insurance basically just steps in and ensures that your business can continue. And there are many businesses or insurances that small businesses or businesses can take. In AXA Mansard, what we've done is that we've looked at the space. We've seen that there's a lot of focus on, large businesses, the Dangotes, the Nigerian breweries, and oftentimes small businesses are left behind. So what we've done is that we have created a very interesting package for women businesses and small businesses as well. The latest of those plans is a product called the Business Insurance Plan. Now that Business Insurance Plan, it's a single policy that provides for all the risk areas that your businesses are exposed to. And what are those risk areas? Businesses use assets to operate, and that Business Insurance Plan provides for covers the assets, your operating assets, your office furniture. If you are into trading, your stock that you use in trading is covered as well. And it covers against losses like fire, largely fire, and there's a bit that covers against burglary as well. What we've also done in that single package is to provide a coverage for third-party liability. Now, many times in Nigeria, we often take for granted that we could be sued if somebody, basically walks into our premises and slips and falls. And, from that act of falling, incurs a medical bill or incurs a disability. We fail to realize that oftentimes we could be sued for that. So what that business solution plan that we've done is also to ensure that when that kind of situation were to happen, that business is covered, and that business doesn't really have to dip into its own working capital and other cash flows to pay for those kind of liabilities. Our business also realizes that human capital is one of the most important capital for business, and that single package also provides for covers for the staff of that business, that entrepreneur. So it covers for life insurance. So there's a life insurance bit of that as well. So in the event, in the unfortunate event that that business loses one of its staff, that policy will also pay some compensation to the beneficiary of the staff. And sometimes that is oftentimes taken for granted. But the motivation, the morale that it builds in the staff of that small company to say, this company has my interest at heart, has my family's interest at heart, also we've noticed helps in boosting productivity. We've also, we know that health is also wealth. Health is wealth, and the role of health cannot be overemphasized, because we've seen we are in the middle of a global health crisis, even though we believe that we're now gradually drawing to the end of that crisis. But I think it has gone to emphasize the importance of health. What we've done in that single package as well is to incorporate a health insurance plan for the business. So it covers the business owner, and it can also be extended. It is actually recommended that it covers the staff as well. With that kind of plan, you basically have coverage for all your businesses. You have coverage for your assets in case there's a fire or there's a burglary, in case you have, in case there's a liability that you have to third parties that get injured in your premises or while you are or conducting your businesses, because sometimes your liability might not be engaged only whilst you are in your office. Somebody comes to your office. You are in a business that involves going to customers' place to carry on your business. If you were to go and damage a third-party property, even outside your premises, that third-party liability would also help protect your business against the losses that you incur from there. Where your staff were to go around doing their business, it also covers personal accidents. So the staff is going out to do a duty, he falls in the office, and then it breaks an arm or it requires any form of medical. That insurance also protects you. Just one single cover covers for that. If in the event where you lose the staff as well, that is also covered. And more importantly, if your staff requires medical attention, it's not an accident, it's just feeling unwell. It has a malaria, it has an infection, it has typhoid, anything. You can basically, you get a card from us, and then you can walk up to any of our partner hospitals, and then you can get healthcare. Apart from the fact that this business insurance helps, guarantee that your business can continue regardless of what life brings in terms of by way of accident, it also builds morale, it builds productivity, because first of all, your staff are well motivated, that for anything were to happen, the company, that's the business owner, has cared for them and has brought a policy in them, which AXA Master seeks to fill that gap. It also helps you to plan. As you are planning to expand your business to other areas, it does that as well. One thing we are also doing is that we don't want to just be a company that does insurance. We really like to be a company that provides value. And we try to create additional value propositions other than paying insurance. So if you are on that our plan, you will oftentimes, at least once a quarter at the minimum, get some kind of advisory, business advisory. During the rainy season, what you're expected to do to protect your business, basic stuff like, put off your electrical appliances before you leave the office. Basic stuff like, checking your tire pressure for your cars that you. So what we try to do is to try and ensure that we don't want you to have a claim. That's our plan. That's our and other than the fact that we can pay when those claims happen. But we really know that during the process of a claim, the business can also suffer some reputational damage. Okay, that there's a fire to that business, and that's probably the talk of the town, instead of talking about what the business is doing to help the society. So we know that in the event of a claim, even though AXA Mansard will be there to pay, but it's often not a good experience. So what we try to do is to work with you to ensure that we reduce that chance of you having a claim. And many of the things that we do will involve our business advisory, risk improvement advisory, to try and ensure you don't do that. What we also do is that we know that there are there are a lot of information out there that are important for businesses. There's the New Karma Act that was signed into law last year. The has implication, huge implication for businesses. What we do is to try and educate our customers in small PowerPoint, nicely written presentations to educate businesses on what are the implications of these new acts, and many of the new acts that will be coming out, many of the new laws and bills that will be signing in place. The Finance Act has just been signed into law. How does this impact business? The Africa Continental Free Trading Agreement, how does this affect businesses? What we do, other than insurance, is to try and put all these bits and bits of important information that oftentimes the business managers is very busy, trying to meet your customers' demands. You don't know. We bring it to the fore, and we also try to educate. Tax laws, HR advisory are many things that we are also planning. We haven't started that HR advisory because during some of our surveys after the last meeting we had with SME100, we realized that HR concerns are a lot to many businesses. And we thought that we could also help businesses, by putting it in place. Other things we do are we also recommend. We have many businesses on our books that are involved in HR advisory. We provide referrals. We have businesses that have legal advisory. We provide such referrals as well, oftentimes at no little cost. So those are some of the things that we have for businesses. And I think it cuts across just beyond insurances. And the insurance is the key part, is the first part. You need to be insured to ensure that when life happens, your business is not hugely impacted. But we realize that many times it's often beyond insurance. The other little things that can be done that the business owner will see. For us, we see business owners, particularly women entrepreneurs, as key partners. And I say women entrepreneurs as key partners because women entrepreneurs tend to be a bit different from men entrepreneurs. They're a bit more careful. They have a lot more empathy. And so when we are discussing about, staff, the discussion is usually a lot more interesting when we are talking to women entrepreneurs than what we have observed. It's not that men entrepreneurs don't care about their staff, they do. But we realize that once the discussion is around that, it's a lot of interest. And oftentimes, the entrepreneurs oftentimes calling us back to seek for areas of clarification. And I think that's a big plus. We've also noticed that women are more careful on the roads and oftentimes turn out to be better drivers. So what we also do is to ensure that we offer, internal discounts for women for their motor insurance as well, because we realize that women are actually more careful. The accident rates we've had 1 or 2 cases of accident, but on a generally, accidents from women drivers are usually better. So we noticed that the men are now very smart. Whenever they want to insure their cars, they get their wives or the women folks to come and negotiate because they know that we see women as better drivers. But it's not all about that. We ask who drives the cars, because for us, it's critical who is driving the car. If it's the woman that is driving the car, the chances are that the accident cases might be less than the men. In a nutshell, I think I've tried as much trying to address some of the issues women have. I can't read the questions, so it'd be nice if the moderator can pop up if the questions come up so that I can address them. But we are happy. AXA Mansard is always happy to be part of the International Women's Conference. We believe women play a very large role in the society, and they continue to do so. And we are always thinking how best to support women businesses how best to support businesses. Today, like I said, we have just developed the business insurance plan. We will be launching that plan, even with partnership with some of our partners, SME100, but we'll be launching that plan digitally because we feel that that plan needs to be available to all businesses. There are a lot of businesses in Nigeria, over more than 1 million small businesses. Obviously, to reach that kind of size, we need to run that digitally. So we are putting that product on a digital platform so that from the comfort of your offices or your homes, you can buy that product. That business comes in various packages because we realize that businesses are different in terms of size. So there are packages that can cover for business of 100 million. There are packages that cover for business of 50 million. There are packages that can cover for business of as small as 5 million. And we are also coming down the ground to cover for businesses as little as 2 million in terms of turnover and total assets. So in a nutshell, that's what AXA Mansard has been doing for AXA Mansard. But we believe that the journey is only just starting. There are many, many, many exciting things, particularly from the value-adding propositions that we want to bring to the table to support businesses.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. We have a few questions here for you, but because of our time,
Sure.
I'll just take one question, and the other questions that you have asked, you will send it to him, and he would, will answer it in the newsletter. So one question is, so how do you have insurance for damage to properties or bodily injuries to guests? And also, what does your staff strength need to be before it's insured, before you insure?
Interesting question. Part of the coverages of that business insurance plan is to cover damages to guests. Your guest is a third party. So that section of the policy that covers third-party liability will cover that. So we have coverages for that. So you can sleep easy. There's any damage to any guests, that is covered under that plan as well. Once you have more than 3 staff, that's what the law says. You can have coverages for life, and you can also have coverages for personal accidents as well. So once you have more than 3 staff, you can have life insurance. But it doesn't mean that if you have 1 staff, we can't cover that as well. The product is also designed so that you can have coverage for 1 person. Because we believe that there are a lot of businesses on the lower end. And it doesn't, when somebody starts a business very small, they usually have 1 staff or 2. And we don't want to exclude that growing phase from the risk that they're exposed to. So while the law says it's minimum of 3, and with 3, automatically you should get it. When you have less than 3, we are also able to accommodate as well.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. We really learned so much about insurance, and I'm sure your questions will be answered in the newsletter, and we appreciate you for joining us. Thank you so much. So now we'll go on to the next speaker. Thank you. We'll go on to our next speaker. We're going to be asking her a few questions because of our time. We have Obi Oguma, the Chief Operating Officer at Chapel Hill, Denmark. We know that everyone wants to talk about investments. Chapel Hill, Denmark is an African-focused investment bank, top African-focused investment bank. So she'll join us now, and we'll just be asking her a few questions. If you have questions for her, please put in the thing. But we may not be able to answer all the questions. So let's just wait. She will join us now. All right, I think she's here with us now. Good morning. Good morning, Ma. Good morning, Obi.
Good morning. Can you see me? I'm not sure if you don't see me.
Yes,
can you hear me?
See you.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I missed your introduction. I was rejoining, but I'm very glad to be here. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you so much. So today we'll just ask you some questions. We have some questions here for you to answer for us today. So we know that over time we've seen that government support entities like the Bank of Industry. They try to support businesses which are like capital intensive. And we've also seen microfinance microfinance banks as well, helping startups. Now there's a lot of the interest rates are quite high, and for startups it's really difficult. How accessible is finance to startups, to people that want to start businesses? Because I know that this is something that everyone really wants to hear.
Well, I think the short answer is not very accessible. I think government makes a big effort to actually provide different funds. So you talked about Bank of Industry, you talked about CBN. If we talk about specifically during COVID time, so government made a big effort. They had this 50 billion naira intervention fund that they made available to micro, small, medium enterprises. And the rates were pretty good, 5%. You were able to apply based on, if you're a business, you had to have 3 years of history, or if you are even an individual or a household, you could also apply and get, I think, up to 2 or 3 million in terms of a loan. Now, how accessible that has been to people, I would actually really love to hear from participants, because I personally don't know anybody that has actually been able to access that. And I think that's always the challenge. And then even when you look at the requirements, you have to bring collateral, you have to fill out lots of application forms. Oh, someone can't hear. Is that any better? Should I get my headset? Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So there's a lot of, it's quite cumbersome. Okay, so what I would say is the COVID funds were available to everybody. So I would really encourage all entrepreneurs, particularly those who are having cash flow challenges, to actually try and access those funds in the first instance, because that money is there. You talked about very high interest rates from ordinary facilities. The rates are 5%. I think it was 5% up to February 2021. It's now gone up to 9%. So, if you go to your bank today and try and get a personal loan, you're looking at 21, 22%. So, of course, the lower rate is the best one to go for in the first instance. And then you can think about other forms of funding. And the forms of funding that we had before COVID are what we still have available today. So, the first form, of course, is bootstrapping. I know a lot of entrepreneurs who have followed that route, basically funding their businesses themselves. Either some of us are doing a 9 to 5 and a 5 to 9. So some of us use our salaries to fund our business. We go for personal loans. We go to friends and family, etc. Those options are still there. We also then can look at things like outside investments as well, right? So I'm also a member of an angel network. An angel is basically an investor that comes into a business that's at early stage and invests into that business. Okay, so they'll do, they will basically put their money into the business and also help in terms of advice, maybe giving them access to a network or other parts of expertise that might be useful. So angel networks, we did a lot of investments last year in 2020, despite of COVID, and entrepreneurs were still coming to us with pitches, opportunities for us to invest as well, in spite of COVID. So I definitely think if your business is early stage, it's showing some revenue, it has high growth potential, then definitely you must talk to an angel investing network. I happen to be a member of an all-female angel investing network as well, and we really love to see female entrepreneurs and founders, because that's really our sweet spot. And we really want to try and encourage female business owners to really try and come up and be the next unicorn, right? So we talk about angel investors, and then of course I think what you just mentioned, bank loans and facilities, microfinance banks, commercial banks. There's a lot of even digital lenders now that have started to give micro loans, small loans to businesses. Again, what I will say is those interest rates are horrible, and what you also have to remember is when you take on debt, it's really important that you have strong cash flow to support any debt, because ultimately it has to be repayable at some point. Okay, sometimes, if you go for, for example, went for the CBN loan, there is what they call a moratorium period, where they give you a few months after receiving the money before you have to start paying it back. But for the most part, if I get money in January, by February, I'm paying back some amount of principal and interest. So really, you can only really look at debt if you have cash flow to actually support it. Okay, so debt is one way. Another way that I talk to people about sometimes is what we call supplier financing. So for example, if you are, I'll give you a key example. This is what a lot of real estate people do, right? A real estate developer, for example, they might not own the land that they're developing. They might go into an agreement with the person that owns the land, that once they built X number of houses, they're going to give them, 10 of the houses or whatever the case might be. And then we also, but what they also do is they sell ahead of time. So you'll see a lot of developers selling off plan. They'll tell you, oh, if you buy off plan, then you're going to get a 20% discount. So that's what we call essentially supplier financing, right? That the end user is actually providing financing for you. So you take the money, I pay a deposit to the developer, they use that money to then build the property. So that's one example of, supply chain and also customer financing as well. So you've also got to look at your business and see, do I have opportunities there to actually, generate financing either from my suppliers or from my customers paying upfront. Those things are, really, really real opportunities that we actually have to look at. Now, so we look at bank financing. Banks actually do a lot of that, supplier financing. They can also help you with that. But again, the rates can be very, very high. So a lot of the time, it is good to actually maybe try and speak to your suppliers directly. Look at, what your business model is and see if that's actually an opportunity. Then as you go along, banks, of course, also offer you overdrafts. And overdraft is kind of a revolving credit facility. And again, if you have good cash flow and you have regular turnover of stock, those types of things, and overdrafts is definitely something that you should look at, because again, your business model can, absolutely support that. If we look at the larger SMEs getting into corporates and things, there are much, in this environment as we are currently, if we look at a macroeconomic perspective, interest rates are amongst the lowest that they've been for a while. Interest rates are 11.5% from a CBN perspective. Of course, the bank charges a lot more, but because of the low interest rate environment, larger companies are able to issue what we call commercial papers. So this is it's like a loan essentially. So basically people buy a commercial paper from them. It's an investment. The company gets the money and the people that buy the instrument are paying 6, 7, 8%. So it's a much cheaper way of borrowing. And because in the environment that we are currently, rates are generally low, that's an opportunity. But again, that's really only available for the largest of companies. So in summary, really, you have to, as an entrepreneur, I think the first thing is to give yourself a real pat on the back for surviving 2020, because a lot of businesses didn't, particularly female-owned businesses. I really think that, you have to really appreciate the scale of what you've achieved in 2020. And a lot of people have gone through massive changes. They've actually taken the opportunity to innovate, do things differently, look at their business models, challenge them, cut costs, all sorts of things. So, really well done on that. And then think about, okay, what stage of my life cycle is my business? Because different types of financing will then be available to you. But then, like I said, I would definitely love to hear from participants in terms of anyone that has applied for CBN funding through NERSAL Microfinance Bank, because that's it would be interesting to see if people are actually able to access those funds.
All right, thank you so much for that. I hope everyone has really learned from what she's spoken extensively about access to finance. We've all picked something from that. So the next question I'd like to ask is, we know that, do you think there are any barriers to entry? We know that you're in the financial field. So do you think there are any barriers to entry for women? And if so, then how have you been able to overcome those barriers of entry into the sector and, to be successful in that financial sector?
I think for me, the biggest barrier to entry in this environment, particularly I'm speaking about Nigeria in particular, is the culture that we have. I think our culture is still evolving. We have quite a patriarchal culture, and we still have very set roles in mind for women. Women are supposed to do this, men are supposed to do that. So I think that's the initial barrier. But really, I encourage everybody that, obviously, if you are somebody who has motivation, and who also has, wants to achieve things, of course, you have to overcome that and just really focus on what, do I have to offer, in terms of what my unique service proposition is, who I am, right? So, in business, we talk about USP all the time. What is it that this business is doing that's particularly going to be different from the other businesses that are doing this? You as an individual also have to have this, and then basically be able to, to sell that. So barriers to entering the finance industry might be principally knowledge. I've got to tell you, every time I have an interview with somebody who wants to join Chapel Hill, the question I will always ask them is, okay, what do you know about Chapel Hill? What do you know about finance? And I'll tell you 9 out of 10 times, people will just say, oh, I'm interested in finance because I like money, or something totally irrelevant. What I just encourage people to do is just really say, okay, think about why you want to do finance. Show that you have an interest. That interest can be reading, the business paper every day. It can be understanding what the macroeconomic environment is about. It can be understanding what finance is about. Join a finance group. I mean, I do things like I like to do exams. I like to continue to build on my knowledge. So those are some of the things that you can actually do. Show your interest, because that is actually something that can help you to get into, into a financial position. So I'd say the barriers principally might be cultural, but we shouldn't let that ever stop us. I think there are many, many examples of women who have managed to break those barriers and continue to do so. And I think increasingly, women in financial services are always looking to get more women into financial services. I always love interviewing women because I just think we at Chapel Hill, for example, have a very forward-thinking policy where we try and have at least our senior management team has to replicate reality. So we have over 50% of our senior management team are women, for example. So we definitely make a concerted effort for that. So I think if people want to get into finance, recognize your strengths, really focus on trying to build the passion, trying to build the knowledge in that area. And you'll be so surprised, opportunities will come up and then people will give you a foot inwards and then you can take it from there.
All right, thank you so much. I just have a few more questions for you here. We have so many questions, but we wouldn't be able to answer all of them because of our time. But I wanted to ask a question here says, for women, especially in the tech industry, the gestation period for business is usually 5 to 7 years. What access to finance do you advise them to access? And also,
so during the 5 to 7 years in tech, again, I would just say, a lot of founders that we speak to talk about bootstrapping as the first. I think you've got to start with your bootstrapping. So bootstrapping is literally finding every way that you can possibly find to fund your business initially. And also bootstrapping increasingly means looking at your revenue streams, maximizing your revenue streams. I've got to tell you that from a revenue perspective, if I used to be an entrepreneur. If I was an entrepreneur again, what I need to be thinking about on a daily basis is how am I going to get cash in to be able to run my business. Bootstrapping, having your own revenue to basically be able to run your business is actually a key method of bootstrapping. So on a daily basis, am I doing the minimum calls I need to be doing to actually generate sales in my business? What are the level of engagement of my customers with my business, right? Do I really understand who my customers are? Do I engage with them in the way that they want to engage? Am I calling them? I mean, I have a small story. So I went to my auntie's house one day. I tasted some moimo, which I really, really, really loved. And she told me about this company. I ordered from them. Again, the second time they gave me the moimo, it wasn't that great, but I continued to order from them. And you know what they do every single week? I think they send me a message on WhatsApp. Madam, do you want to order moimo? And it can be something as simple as that. Engaging with your customers, reminding them so that they're top of mind. If I need moimo today, that's the only person I'm going to call at the moment, right? The previous speaker spoke briefly about having partnerships. I think that's a really, really key way. They talked about their AXA Mansard, but they also have HR partnerships, etc. In your business, you got to try and, again, increase your revenues by having partnerships. So for example, you might be a digital marketing company. You can probably partner with someone who's an image consultant. So when your customer is coming in to do their image consulting, you can refer back. So you can think more broadly, who can I partner with? Because I'm really trying to increase my revenue base. That's really, really key. Once you've gotten bootstrapping and once you're bootstrapped and you really cannot grow your business without external financing, so you might be 2 to the 3 year mark, that's when you can start to think about, okay, let me go and talk to friends and family, or even to talk to specific angel investors or venture capital investors. So these are either individuals or their companies that will go in and basically do one of two things. Either they will take an equity stake in your business. So you might have to give up part of your company. So currently you might own your company 100%. Someone might come in and say, hey, I'm going to give you 20 million naira for 50% of your business, for example. So you as an entrepreneur have to be ready to give up part of your business. And I'm not sure a lot of people are ready to do that. But if you look at, say, a Paystack, for example, that's exactly what they did 5 years ago when they started. And we all know what's happened now. Their multi-million business has just been bought up by another company. So sometimes we have to take that risk and really just, go for outside financing. It's not necessarily the easiest way, but it's certainly a way that people, tech companies especially, should be looking at. Angel investors love tech companies because we see the prospect of high growth. Tech impacts every single business today. We are on Zoom, right? If you look at Zoom, the price of Zoom shares today compared to where they were before COVID, it's a totally different thing, right? So tech touches everything. So angel investors love tech companies or tech-enabled companies because those are the ones that basically, hopefully, will grow, have high growth potential, and then we can basically make our money back. But the question was very right around that 5 to 7 year period. An angel investor is useful because they will work with you for that 5 to 7 year period. They're a longer term investor. They're not like a bank that will say, this is your loan for 1 year, 2 year, pay me back. Angel investor is like, okay, I'm with you 5, 7, 8 years, and then you're working together to basically come to a point where they're able to exit or they're able to sell their investment in you. Hopefully they make some money. You've also made some money and you'll continue to grow your business as well. So I think angel investment is definitely one. Again, I'll talk about loans. If you have cash, if you're a high cash turnover business, loans can definitely work from you. It's just finding the right provider. Increasingly, we're seeing something called crowdfunding. And I know that there are some platforms now that are coming together to basically, so an entrepreneur can come to the platform and say, look, I want to either borrow or look for equity in my business. And they basically provide this opportunity to a whole lot of investors who then invest in your business. So there are a lot more options now than what there used to be, but accessing them, I saw one of the comments that just flashed up saying it's difficult. It is absolutely it can be very difficult. So it's not something that you should just expect that it's just going to come to you easily. Like everything that you've put into your business so far, you're going to have to work at it. You're going to have to, put your financials together. You're going to have to put a pitch together, all sorts of things together. But ultimately, once you get access to that, then, the sky is the limit, really.
All right, thank you so much. Very soon we'll be talking to someone who has actually raised an angel investment fund, Fade Ogunro. But I just want to ask the last question. How much is the typical angel investment fund? How much is it typically?
So I'll talk about Rising Tide Africa, which is the angel network that I'm involved with. And the smallest amount, sometimes I think we've done as small as 5 million, 10 million. And we've gone as high as $100,000. It depends on the opportunity, right? It tends not to be smaller because, again, if you're an angel, if you're putting money in, you want obviously to see some kind of return. But we absolutely look at all sorts of sizes. So we can look at, like I said, anything from 5 million potentially upwards. Anything below 5 million, we can always give you advice. One thing, with Rising Tide is that we also do a lot of mentorship. We also provide a lot of advice to entrepreneurs if we don't particularly find, if we can't actually provide them with any funding. So we can always give you, an alternative if we're not able to actually help you as well. So yeah, generally from about 5 million upwards.
All right, thank you so much for joining us today. We've really learned so much from your well of wisdom, and I know that there's so many women on this call that benefited so much. So we appreciate you for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. All right, have a wonderful International Women's Day in advance. Thank you.
So now we'll have our next speaker. We'll have Fade Ogunro, CEO of Bookings Africa. She'll be speaking to us today on how to embrace the digital workspace in the COVID-19 era. So I just welcome Fade. Okay.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon, wherever you may be listening from. How are you today, Melanie? Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? I'm
Hello?
just testing to make sure.
I can hear you.
Great.
I can hear you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Fade Ogoro, and I'm the CEO of bookingsafrica.com. So yeah, I just wanted to share some insights with you about the future of work. Personally, I do believe that the future of work is digital. So before we go into the nitty-gritty of what these actual jobs are, and particularly now, there's lots of jobs that you can do social distancing, let's look at the macroeconomic issues that we have and why that we read the importance that means in terms of work in itself. So first of all, 85% of all work across Africa is informal, right? We have about 440 million people working right now across the continent, and about 85% of those are in the informal sector. I'm sure you already know what the informal sector is, so I'm not gonna bore you with the details. However, the informal sector have a lot of general problems by way of just not being recognized by the government. They won't have access to finance, which is incredibly important. They're not paying any taxes according to the government, so that's also hindering the growth of economies. And because of that, they are stifled themselves in how big they can grow. So you'll find that your one vulcanizer is going to be a vulcanizer for the rest of his life. Your one hairdresser is going to be a hairdresser for the rest of her life. And there is actually no growth trajectory because of lack of access to finance or lack of just financial inclusivity. We also have major problems such as illiteracy. We have lack of access to smartphones. We do have a huge mobile phone penetration, but smartphones in Nigeria is only about 20% of users, of those who actually use phones. And then outside of the smartphones, you don't have access to data being a problem. So all of these issues, yes, they might look like it's harder for us to actually get into the digital workspace, but they are issues that we need to start looking at. However, of course, we are online right now. So I'm hoping that everybody's got access to data and they've got a smart or a digital device that we can use. So based on that information, that about 85% of all workers are informal, and that also the youth, and that doesn't even include 15 to 24-year-olds, which make up another 214 million Africans. So in about 2-3 years, those 15-year-olds are going to be of working age. So generally, that means we have about 500 million people who can work right now who are not being recognized by the government. Digital work would actually help to include these currently marginalized members of society or these informal members of society, which is very important for data capture and which is very important for the growth of the economy, because that 85% that I keep going back to makes up at least 50% of the entire GDP of Africa. And that 50% GDP is not being tracked and it's not being recorded by the governments across all markets in the continent. So that's why from a political perspective or from a government stance, it's important to move people into the digital workspace. Now, as a result of Corona, more than ever, everyone's looking for ways to monetize, or if you're not looking, you should be looking for ways to now monetize whatever your skills are, whatever your passion is, whatever talent you have, whatever your 9-to-5 is, you should be able to monetize that skill from the comfort of anywhere, just using a mobile phone or a laptop or a tablet device. That's where I believe the future of work is going, where you will have the choice of either A, being employed, an employee, 2, being an employer, and you're going to a physical brick and mortar office, or you're working some remotely, some in the office, or just as an individual, whatever your skill sets are, you can actually just monetize that and be completely self-employed and have a completely self-sustainable career without actually having to report to an employer. Is what I'm saying making sense? Can I get some? Yes, 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 it is. I'm watching and listening to, I'm reading all the messages as well. So please feel free to drop messages in the chat if you have any feedback or if you can't hear me. I'd love to explain a little bit more. All right, so I can see the messages. Yes, 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 you can all hear me. That's good. Okay, so I'll continue. So that's why those are the two reasons, first of all, for financial inclusion and also just your data. You have a digital footprint is very important in 2021. There's no way that there's no reason why you shouldn't have a bank account. There's no reason why you shouldn't have access to data. And these are some of the issues that, of course, from a macro public policy, the government will have to kind of get over those barriers. However, from a private perspective, what can we do to ensure that we're moving people into the conveyor belt? So yes, we have the informal workers, and I'm not going to say all informal workers are grassroots, because that's completely false. Majority of informal workers are actually middle class or gig workers, and they tend to be in the youth, normally aged between 17 and about 35. And these gig workers, and they're normally service providers. So you've got the two largest industries that make up work in Africa right now, and specifically in Nigeria, is agriculture, makes up about 62%, followed by the service industry, which is about 39%. So agriculture, according to, I believe it's World Bank or the ILO, one of those two, I need to look at my notes, they've said that, actually McKinsey, according to a report by McKinsey Africa that came out last year, about 35% of all jobs in the agriculture sector in Africa can be automated. So that means we're even now at a risk of losing the jobs that we already have in the formal sector, which means more people are going to become unemployed in the largest sector that employs Africans. What's going to happen then? That's just increasing the number of unemployment. Right? That's just increasing the number of unemployment across the continent. So we now need to look at ways as a private sector, how we can help to mitigate that. And that's where, like I said, digital work is the future. So you're no longer looking at somebody to employ you. You don't need an employer because you can employ yourself. Let me give you practical examples, because I like people to have takeaways, not just these are the ideas, this is where we're trying to get to. What can you do right now to get into the digital workspace? You've probably heard of Upwork, you've heard of Fiverr, you've heard of Freelancer. These companies were generating about 3 times more than they ever did during Corona, because everybody was at home, and those that had digital skills that were able to monetize themselves from the comfort of their home, a lot of people onboarded on these platforms, and all of a sudden these platforms are making a lot more money. We need this in Africa, and that's what Bookings Africa is. We are pioneering digital work across the continent, and we're doing it for the service industry. Service industry, the popular jobs are such as videographers, makeup artists, hairstylists, dancers, just everything in the service space. Whether you're a tailor, you're a chef, you're a barber, but you're also an MSME or a freelancer, a gig worker. Now, from the comfort of your home, somebody or client from anywhere in the world should be able to book you. Now, if they're booking you and there's a lockdown, how can you still deliver your skills? How can you still deliver your service? We are having a Zoom call right now, and I'm delivering information, I'm delivering intellect, I'm delivering some of my expertise. I could charge for this. So you now need to think, how can I monetize the latent skill sets or the information that I've garnered over the years and then charge for it? You can teach people, if you're a makeup artist, through using a video call service on Bookings Africa, you can teach people how to apply makeup. Of course, that's one option of a virtual job. And then if you are able to move, depending on the lockdown rules, clients can then find you, and then you can physically visit your client and then render your service physically as well. So a virtual option, as well as a physical option of being able to deliver your service or your skills, is very important. We are currently the only platform across, sub-Saharan Africa that has a video call service. So if you need to book a fitness instructor, the fitness instructor in South Africa, you can book a fitness instructor in Kenya, you can book a therapist in Nigeria, you can book a chef, and these people are teaching you and delivering their service end-to-end online using a video call. And all of that is monetized. You set your own price. So now that we are talking about women inclusion, we're talking about the gender disparity, especially when it comes to pay. Bookings Africa completely eliminates that. And how is that? Because you are in control. You set your own price. You tell us what the clients, what your value, what your time, what your skill set is worth. And you have the option of choosing whether it's per project, per day, per hour, per look, however, whatever your industry is, however you charge, you can customize that and then literally just share your link with a client or share it on social media and say, hey, if you want to book me, this is where you can do it. It's free to sign up. We only take a 10% commission. We get paid when you get paid. And what's most important beyond the financials is actually the automated bookkeeping, which is super important when we're trying to move the informal economy into the formal economy so they can have access to finance. We've partnered with banks and also some like LSCTF and Access Bank. And if you're a regular user of our platform, you can then showcase that you're not just a freelancer, but you're earning a sustainable income from your skill set in the service sector. You then have access to loans because on your dashboard, you'll have automated bookkeeping with invoices and receipts showcasing who's booked you, when they booked you, what the service was for, how much you've been paid. And of course, that money goes into your bank account as well. So the banks now have a track record to prove that you are actually a service provider. Because if you don't have a registered business and you're just a freelancer, the bank and the government see you as unemployed, which then limits your access to finance. Golden Okoye just asked what's the name of the platform. It is called Bookings Africa, BOOKINGS, bookingsafrica.com. We currently have over 25 services from accountants. Yes, you can book accountants. We have some legal practitioners. We have beauty therapists. We have online tutors. We've partnered with Prep Class, who have over 30,000 tutors across Lagos alone. Now, whether you're in Nigeria or whether you're in Canada, you can even book an online tutor for your child to do some lessons from anywhere. And it's a video call service. You can learn a new language. And if you're a business owner, perhaps you want to even reward your staff and give them complimentary, maybe an hour free on a fitness session, or an hour free to learn a language, or an hour free therapy session, or an hour free. There's so many things that you can do from a business perspective to offer your clients or even your employees as well. So they now get used to the idea of, yes, I can offer my skill sets, or I can receive somebody's skill sets just simply through a video call service. And it's no longer free. It's not a Zoom, it's not a Teams, it's not a Skype. Those are meeting platforms. So you can have a meeting, but if you want to get paid and monetize what you do on a day-to-day basis and your skill sets, we need to start thinking about digital work. And for me, Africa is an amazing continent. I would love to be the United States of Africa as opposed to have individual countries. And that is what the African Free Trade Zone is trying to mitigate, because they've seen that we are not able to trade amongst each other. And that's why as a continent, we're actually fragmented. And the issues that I faced to actually create the platform was trying to find service providers in another country before I'd even left Nigeria. So for example, my friend was getting married in Cape Town, and I knew that there were going to be a lot of Black girls there. And in my experience in Cape Town, there's not that many makeup artists that can cater to Black people. So I thought, let me go online, book and pay for somebody right now in advance before I get to Cape Town. So at least I've got my makeup artist sorted. And I could not find any platform where I could see their services, see how much they charge, make an informed decision, and book and pay for them. It was that simple. I thought, why doesn't this exist? Why aren't we connecting ourselves across the entire continent? And that's why I thought, you know what? I know the future of work is digital. The issues that I faced as a producer trying to create content for multinationals across sub-Saharan Africa became extremely lucrative, inefficient, time-consuming. And as a result of the frustrations I faced, I created Bookings Africa. But even more so, it took me about 5 years to really develop the platform. And doing my research is when I found these macro issues that I mentioned, such as the informal sector, lack of access to finance, other problems such as illiteracy, so other problems such as lack of access to smartphones and incredibly high costs of data. I do think that with time, of course, a lot of the telecoms company are going to have to reduce the pricing of their data. And of course, I also think the government, if hopefully they're trying to encourage digital platforms, which is digital work, they're also going to need to look at the taxation of not just Africa Free Trade, where they're lowering or democratizing the taxation so it's easier for people to move physical goods. I believe that we also need to start looking at a digital taxation pan-Africa wide. So if you are offering a service as a makeup artist in Kenya or as a photographer or as a therapist, the tax that I'm paying for your virtual service would be the same as if I was to hire somebody in Uganda or Ghana or any other country. So there's to be a standardized digital tax. This is where I think the future has to get to so that we can move people along the conveyor belt from informal or formal work. I don't even just want to focus on informal work. I also want to talk about formal work. You can be, like I said, an accountant 9 to 5. But on the weekends, you can jump on a call, become a business consultant, and charge people for 30 minutes or an hour and have a video call session with them. With our chat feature, as well as our in-app file sharing feature, you can also share secure documents securely and then be paid for that service, and you're making extra money. So gig work is a buffer, I think, right now to supplement income. However, in the future, I believe it's actually going to be the main source of income, and having a 9 to 5 is actually going to become almost irrelevant soon. So that's my quick take on the future of work. I do once again encourage women to look for ways that they can monetize themselves, because I believe in the economic empowerment and development of women. And the more you empower a woman economically, the more freedom she has to make decisions that would be better for the family as well. So based on that, Bookings Africa, we do have a slight bias to creating professions that are attractive to women. We generally right now have about 100,000 downloads. We've got about 10,000 users on the platform, and about 65% of them are women.
All right, thank you so much for that's wonderful. I know a lot of people were engaging in the chat as well, and they have some questions, but because of our time, we wouldn't be able to ask all the questions. So we just want to know, you funded your business. I think how you started your business. I think you funded it with angels investors as well. So tell us what the journey was like, gathering funds for your business, because I know lots of women know how that journey was as well.
So I just have to let you know that I'm not a techie. So I'm a non-techie in a new space, and I took about 9 months to learn how to navigate in the tech space and how to start a successful startup, how to build a successful startup. If you are at that stage, maybe your ideas stage, and you don't know how to formate a tech company, I would really strongly suggest Harvard iLab. I preach this YouTube channel everywhere I go. Go on YouTube, check out Harvard, I like iPhone, iLab, L-A-B, and check out the video Startup Secrets Success or Secrets to Startups or something like that. Check out, it's a lot of videos, but it's pretty much an MBA from Harvard for free. That's number one. That's what I did as a practical step to getting access to funds, because it tells you, first of all, the different types of funding that's available to you. So you actually know the lingo, you know the difference between debt and equity and convertible notes and safe rounds, which is very important, because when an investor wants to invest, there might be different options available to you that you're not even aware of that might be more suitable for your business goals. That's number one. Number two is MVP. You need to have an MVP, which is a minimum viable product. What is the smallest version of your platform that you can build, that you can actually showcase? Because when I was just trying to raise funds with just my idea and a great business plan, that's all I kept getting. It's a great idea and it's a great business plan. Where's the actual product? We need to see what the interface will look like. We need to see what the user journey is like. So it doesn't have to be a robust, but just a very, very simple. And, you know, platforms like Wix.com, you could get Wix, or WordPress. You can build a very, very basic website and just go on YouTube and watch their how-to. It's a no-brainer. If I can do it, it's literally like setting up an Instagram account. If I can do it, so can you. Once I had that very basic platform, I then used that to go back to raise funds, because I got about 30 no's without my website. And once I built the MVP, I literally got about 3 yeses within a few weeks of building the website. So the first investment was bootstrapping. Of course, I had to invest in myself, first of all, so other people would buy into it. The second was an angel investor, my best friend's father. So it was like family and friends, still part of bootstrapping, but I would call him an angel investor. The next step was pre-seed. I got a venture capitalist, platform capital investors. They are amazing, and they actually are huge advocates for women. In fact, the chairman is one of the biggest feminists I know. He just raised, gave $2 million to a $10 million fund for Elect Her. And the agenda is to get 35 women elected for president by 2035 or in a government role. So they know the importance of empowering women and putting women in positions of power. So they've actually just given towards that fund. So they do a lot of initiatives that are women, that are gendered, that are geared towards the female gender. So back to funding. So the pre-seed round was from platform capital investors. Now, what I'd always say to you is it's easy to be excited when you get an investor. However, you've got to be intentional about saying yes. Just don't say yes to the first person that comes along. And I was easily going to make that mistake until I did a lot of research. And you have to find out about the investor. Who else have they invested in? What's the relationship like between the founder and the investors and the companies that they've invested in? Have they exited before? How smooth was that journey? Was it a successful exit? How did they support the business or the founder outside of just giving money? Because I didn't have skills such as legal or accounting or I didn't have a CFO. And I knew that these weren't my core strengths. So I needed a value add from an investment and from a VC beyond finance. I need people that had my time, people that said, okay, we're in this together. What are your weak points? And we will give you training. So yes, I'm now better at finance and bookkeeping. I'm now better at my financial literacy. I've pretty much done an MBA with them in the last 1 year. So they're investing in me beyond just here's money. And now they've got an ecosystem across Africa. So I was able to leverage off of their offices, which enabled me to open up offices in South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya at a very low cost. My OPEX is very low because I'm in their office co-working with them in South Africa and Kenya, where I have a couple of staff members each. So the value add that the investors provided is beyond money. So that's what I'd always say as well. Make sure you research your investor. And because it's like a marriage for at least maybe, I don't know how long the term sheet is, but when you're dating somebody, you can go on a few dates, which is what the pitching session is like. But if you're going to say yes to an investor, you just don't say yes to the first partner that proposes to you. You know, you actually have to get to know that person and make sure that they have the same integrity and morals that you do as well. I think that's very important when you are looking for an investor. And you might want somebody who's just hands off. You may just want the cash. If that's what you want, then an angel investor is good. But for most entrepreneurs, I think it's always better to look for an angel or a VC who can give you a better value add beyond just money, because that will actually help you understand your business model better. It would help you actually fulfill your business goals. And at least you just know that you've got support, because being in this industry as a woman can actually be quite lonely. So it's always good to know that whether it's a man or a woman, you've got somebody that you can actually be vulnerable in a business manner. You can be vulnerable, and you know that they're there to help you succeed. So that's how I raised funds. What I then did in terms of figures, if you're interested, I bootstrapped myself 30,000. I got 50,000 from my angel investor. My pre-seed round was of 300,000. So that's just about under just 400,000. And in December, January this year, I just raised quite quietly. I've raised another 500,000 with a commitment for another 500,000 in Q3 this year. So that means by the end of this year, I'd have raised just under $1.5 million. Can you hear me? What's the full meaning of MVP, Augustina Adeoye? It's minimum viable product. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me. Belumi, you are on mute, and your screen has actually frozen. But yes, I'm here in the comment section. Whilst we get Belumi back, if you do have any more questions, please let me know. So I'm trying to scroll through. I think the Q&A is actually easier for me to read some of your questions. How do you... Are we still there?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, great. So what I will do is, do you have a question for me, or should I just read from the answer from the Q&A section?
Okay. Someone is asking, how do you build a minimum viable product?
Okay, so a minimum viable product, I'll give you an example of how I built mine, right? So right now on the platform, we have 25 different services. When I built my minimum viable product, what I did was I did a one-page registration, first of all, which just was for 7 different professions. In the media industry, the most popular services are makeup, hair, photography, those kind of hair, makeup, hair, photography, clothing, styling, things like that. So just 4 or 5 different products. I did a one-pager on Wix.com. And I asked people, you can even do it on like a Google form sheet, right? What's your name, email address, social media? Are you interested in getting paid online, getting access to corporate clients so that you can get booked for TV commercials and music videos? Yes or no? If yes, upload images or work that you've done here and provide your email address, and also let me know how much you charge for the work. And within about 6 weeks, I'd had over 1,000 people fill out that form. So straight away, I knew from the service providers end, I knew that there was a demand for them to get work, to get more clients and get more exposure to clients and get a larger access to market. So I thought, right, I've been able to prove that because they've signed up. Then I took that database that I had and I went to people that would need them, such as production companies and ad agencies. And I said to them, hey, I've got these, voiceover artists, 100 of them. I've got models, 200 of them. I've got all these services. So rather than you go into different agencies, you can come here and I can give you all their prices and all their portfolio and work experience in a matter of minutes. Would you be interested? Absolutely. And then they started contacting me manually and booking these service providers. So straight away, without even having a functioning website, I knew that there was a good business idea. So what I then did was I then uploaded those 1,000 people in a database, created a very basic website with their information. And then every time a client, and I also, of course, linked it to like a pay stack where a payment could be made. And what I then did was then share the link with these clients. So every time a client wanted to book any of these service providers, rather than me sending them an invoice with my bank account details, I sent them the link so that they could book and pay online. And all of a sudden, I've got a website that's generating revenue. I did that for about 3 months and I generated about 10 million naira. And I then took that and went back to investors and say, right, you wanted a website. This is something very basic that I've done. It's not robust features at all, but you can see the database that I've collected. I've uploaded them. They're categorized into the various professions that they offer. When you open up, when you click on their pages, you see their prices, you see the pictures or whatever portfolio they offer. And when you click book now, it takes you to Paystack and you book and pay. And I've been able to generate money. And once I was able to show that, I got lots of people offering me funding. And now, of course, the platform, the functionality, the experience is a lot more robust to the point we now have a video call service. So that's the sort of thing you need to do when trying to build an MVP. What's the smallest, most basic version of the website that you can do? Even if you just want to say, okay, I just want to get 5 people to make a booking on my platform, just to show that it actually works. What's the smallest thing that I can do so it's not a robust and it's not expensive at all to build? So I hope I was able to answer that question. But once again,
thank you so much. Sorry,
I was just saying, once again, if you visit the Harvard iLab on YouTube, you should be able to get all this information that I was just mentioning about how to build an MVP.
Oh,
yes,
right.
I can
Thank
hear
you very much, ma'am. All right, so there is a question in the Q&A session from Billy Kisugaba. She's asking, does Bookings Africa platform have a sector for upcycling services? In quotes, virtual training.
So I'm looking for the question. Have a section for upcycling, did you say?
It says, does Bookings Africa platform
for upcycling services? Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely, virtual training. So what you do is you sign up to Bookings Africa as a business consultant, and then you then choose if you want to do a physical consultation or virtual consultation. You put the names, the services of whatever consultation or training that you want to do, and you can then actually sell tickets. So it's a masterclass. So rather than giving people your bank account details and then sending them a Zoom link, you can then send them your Bookings Africa profile link, which actually has a ticket, so a link for a ticket where they can just literally purchase a ticket, and then it takes you straight and launches the video call service. So people are paying to actually have you online. So whatever you want to do in that time online, it's up to you. If you want to have a one-on-one, if you want to have a masterclass with up to 100 people, if you want to have a training session on how to improve your presence online, if you want to have a training session on how to pass your, bar exam, whatever training sessions that you want to give. If you want to have a training session on how to teach somebody how to apply makeup, or you want to have a fitness session because you're a fitness instructor, you want to have a virtual session, you literally can build and customize your own work hours and your own services on the platform. Once again, it's absolutely free to sign up, and we only get paid when we get paid.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Felicity Aqua is right asking, how have you over time measured productivity?
How do we measure productivity? Okay, so we have KPIs, business KPIs that have been set. So we look at, for me, productivity is if you're hitting the goals or above. So I want to know how many downloads we're having in every country, every day or every week. How many signups? What's the cost of customer acquisition for service providers? What's the cost of customer acquisition for clients to make a booking? What's the digital spend? So every time we measure, because when you start a platform, you don't have a baseline to work with. So first of all, you've got to start off with a baseline and say, okay, I'm going to spend however, or this is my goals. And then say, how long did it take me? How expensive was it for me to reach these goals? Now that I've got a baseline, how can I reduce this by 20%? You then set people their targets. Let's explore these ideas. Let's explore and iterate to see if we can then improve our goals. And for me, the more, if the higher we are, or the better we improve our goals, the business goals, automatically translates to better productivity. So I say to my team, working remotely, I don't care if you're working 18 hours a day or if you're working 2 hours a day. As long as I've said this feature needs to be working and it's working, I don't care how long it takes. So I have a checklist of the to-do list and how my team, and of course, I've got like a business analyst, I've got a QA tester, I've got a product manager. So everybody has their own goals and everybody has their own specific skill sets. So from my operations manager to my product manager, they actually are in charge of making sure that each team department or their own specific teams achieves their set targets. And of course, once those targets are hit and exceeded, then it directly correlates with productivity. And of course, you know, income. Right. The more revenue, the better.
Hello? Sorry, we wouldn't be able to take all the questions, so we'll send it to her. She'll answer them later. We'll add it to the newsletters. Thank you so much. Because of our time, we'll just have to wrap it up. I know everyone is really enjoying this session, but because of our time, we'll have to just wrap it up. Thank you so much, Fade, for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you today. I know everyone has really learned so much. I'm really grateful for honoring our invitation today. So thank you so much.
You are welcome. So I'm going to drop my...
I know about tax, so we're going to have a short clip. We're going to have a short clip from before our next speaker, a representative from the LRS office. We're going to have a short clip for you to just watch. Okay, so follow Fade on IG, as she has posted in the chat. And a lot of people asked, it's bookingsafrica.com. Lots of people asked in the thing.
So I'm just going to go straight to our next speaker, Nigerians and industry.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon, ladies. We are sorry for that video. I think it's a technical problem from them. Yes, we're so sorry for that video. I'm sure it's a technical problem from the organizers. What the video is just trying to depict is our new e-tax platform that taxpayer does not need to go to any tax offices to register for their annual filing again. I hope that before the end of my section, maybe they will replay it again. Good afternoon once again. I am only here to educate us, the small business owner, on the essence of paying your taxes. Unfortunately, these are the things that everybody, both employed and unemployed, both employed and self-employed individuals don't want to hear about or don't want to do. But it's the law. 1999 Constitution as amended section 24F says that every individual, female, male, as far as you're having an income, you must declare your appropriate tax and pay to the government, any of the government, whether the federal, whether the state, whether the local government. In any of the three tiers of government, you must pay your taxes. And the question Kolumi gave me is that, the topic he gave me is that, what is the importance of female joint entrepreneurs in paying taxes? You know, if you pay your tax accurately and adequately and you are assessed properly, it helps in your young business. Immediately you start your operation and you get your company registered, you start making profits from the business. The next one of call for you is to go to the nearest tax station, or you go online on our website and register your company. It's very, very important and it's key. And with that, if you do that, it will give you a lot of peace of mind. A lot of peace of mind. You don't have the cost of all these stations that start coming to you every time, telling you have not filed your taxes. Go online. I'll still tell you about the email that you go to our website. They're all on other platforms. You go there, register yourself. If you're starting making income, and if you have a staff, whether 2 or 3, register them for PYE. Go to the direct tax station, write a letter, the official letter on the letterhead. Tell them what value you're paying your staff. We all know that you're starting little. We don't need to go through anybody. You don't need to go through any consultant. You can walk into any of the tax stations, register your staff, write a letter, and we start the document. We advise you on what to do and how to start. Yes, somebody is asking me a question. If you're a starter, yes, we can't ask you to make any payment if you're just starting until you start making profits from your company. And somebody is asking me, I believe that is company tax. You're only exempted from your company tax. You're only exempted for a few period of time. For a few period of time, not entirely. That is why you'll be exempted not to pay your company tax. Maybe the first 18 months when you register your company, you're not allowed to pay any income tax on your company. But we're talking about your Lagos State recognizes collect only personal income tax from you as a person, not your company. Somebody's asking profit on like how much. It depends on your income or revenue you make, your profit for the business. Your taxes will be deducted based on the income you are making. Nobody's going to tax you or charge you on the income you are not making. That is why you need to declare all your income appropriately to the relevant authority, and you'll be assessed accordingly. Somebody is asking me, what about sole proprietorship? Yes, you are a sole proprietor. That is self-employed individual. So you have to feel online. That is the video is trying to show you now. We're trying to show you so that you know how you go about it. Somebody said, please, let's get back. We'll go back to that later. Somebody is asking another question. Please, what happens if your company is not registered? The first thing if you conceive the idea is to get your company registered. Get your company registered and get the TIN number immediately. And somebody is asking me, when can one start paying taxes as a startup? Which month can one start? You can start any month. Any month, though the government calendar month is 12 months, January to December, but you can start any month. So it's better for you to do that immediately. And somebody asked me, what's the difference between tax and tithe? Your tithe, I'm not a Christian, but I know tithe is what you pay to your church. Tithe is some percentage of your revenue, of your profit that you pay in your church. Your tax is the income you make from your profit you make from your business that you pay to the government. Somebody starts asking me again, what is the difference between, okay, what if you are running an LCC, limited liability company? Yeah, that's for federal inland revenue. You pay your company tax to federal inland revenue. What the government collects is your personal income tax, the profit that comes to you directly. Someone is asking me again, how many percentage do we pay for this tax? Your tax is deductible based on your income. We don't have it. We have some fixed rates from 7%, 9%, but it's based on your income that you make. Someone is asking me again, what is the grace time for new business? For Lagos State personal income tax, we don't have the grace period because as when you are making profits, your tax is going to be based on the income you make, your profit you make from your business. That is when you can pay taxes on them. It's like the same thing with CAC annual returns. No, ma. Your tax is based on your income you make. CAC is the registration of your company you make. CAC is the registration of the business. So we don't have a grace period for your business on when you start making profit. It's immediately you start making profits on your business and you start paying your taxes. Somebody is asking me, will there be steady power supply after you? I smiled over that question. That is not in my place to answer that. You know, we also give unto Caesar what is Caesar. You pay your tax, and you can now challenge your elected officers at your different districts and local governments why you are not having what you should need, your basic values and your basic social amenities. Without somebody asking me, withholding taxes, will let me not have 3 years exemption? No, man. Normally, if your withholding taxes is a withheld profit you make from a contract that you did. Someone is asking me, have we know how so far what is the tax used for the year now? Please, we want to be women that contribute and encourage others to pay. Yes, madam. You know, in Nigeria, we don't have, the law in Nigeria does not exempt women. I know some part of India and America, they exempt small scale industry women from taxes, but now Nigerian law does not exempt when there's no discrimination about you paying or not paying or when to pay. Somebody is asking me again, can benefits, what benefit can we get after registration and as the assembly registration number? There is no benefit. You're paying taxes. You are doing what a civil person should do. It's your responsibility, man. Okay. I think I'm okay with the question now. Okay. Yeah, so let me just round up now. So if you pay your taxes as I went due, there's some opportunities for you too as an individual. You know, when you don't have to get, somebody's asking me again, how many percentage is tax, man? There is no percentage to tax. The first 300, 7%, the next 300, 11%, okay? What's it? What is the implication of SME not paying taxes? Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. The importance. It has no implication, just that you are flouting the law, but the importance to you as an SME is that you have peace of mind. You have peace of mind with yourself. You don't have any tax official coming to harass you. Let me use that word, because they tell us that we harass them always for them to pay their taxes adequately. You don't have letters from us because you are doing what is right. When you start making profits, you come to our nearest office, you get registered for your company to pay their taxes, and you be deducted accordingly. So then, you know, when you are registered and start paying your taxes, you file online, you start paying your taxes adequately, you have peace of mind because our staff will not come to you. It will give you even an access to get a loan from a bank. But when you want to get a loan from a bank, those are part of the things they will ask you. What is your PIN or what is your PIN number? As you pay your tax, they want to see what value you are paying. They want to see whether you are declaring the actual income that you are making. And sometimes, you know, you may want to get an investor. Some investor may ask you, want to see all this information about you, whether you are paying your adequate tax. Somebody saying, when is a small business owner likely to pay tax? As far as we are making profit. As far as you are making profits, you must pay your taxes. Is the law. If a registered business account is open, with taxes deducted immediately from it? No. If you are making profits and you declare your appropriate tax, the adequate tax, nobody will pay you, give you any excess thing. How about the provision of the new tax finance that says an SME? Yes, that's what I said. Is the new finance bill that was signed, and that is for your company. It's not for your individual person. State tax the individual person. Let us tax your individual profit. Your company tax applies to federal inland revenue, and that is part of this 25 million turnover. Is for the new income, the SME that just started. You'll be giving some relief on that. Somebody's asking me, what is our gain in paying taxes? It will give you peace of mind. It will give you peace of mind, you know. It's even what God says we should be doing. In as much as I myself, I don't like paying it because I'm working there, but I'm getting my income there is just from source. So I don't have a choice than to pay the taxes. And I believe the same thing should go to everybody. When you are making it, no matter how small it is, and you are declaring what is adequate, you will be assessed based on the income you declare. And like I was saying, investors can help you when they know that you are declaring what is right. You are not going to give them a liability when they team up with you in your business. Somebody asked me, but we pay to the state and local government as a shop by shop to collect taxes. Those are levies. That is what I said, that we have 3 tiers of government. The federal government, the state, federal government is operated under the federal inland revenue, which mainly your company tax. The state is internal revenue by your personal revenue, your personal profit, and the local government is on your levy. And all these 3 tiers of government have the taxes be collected at every point in time. Sorry. Somebody's asking me, okay, I've answered this. The government will help us better if we pay taxes. Yes, they may. Yes. Those collected by local government. Okay. Palumi, you want to ask me a question? Hello?
Thank you so much. Hello, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Penny.
Oh, all right. So thank you so much, Ma, for your presentation. We won't be able to take all the questions that people have asked. There's so many questions here. So
Yes, yes.
we'll get back to you with all the questions that people have asked. Yeah, and then we'll answer them later in news. And because of our time, we won't be able to take all the
Okay.
questions. But we appreciate you for coming, joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much. So thank you so much. So we're going to just play the video
Okay.
once again. All right. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Bye. Thank you.
Respect, listen to me. You can file your tax online.
Babe, I nearly broke my leg rushing out the door.
Oh no, I'm sorry, baby. Where are you rushing off to?
I'm rushing to the LIRS office to file my tax return. Nearly tripped on the stairs trying to answer your call.
Baby, come on. You can file your tax online without having to break a leg.
Yeah? Are you sure? You're laughing at me, Abby.
I'm serious. Okay, listen, I'm serious, baby. Listen to me. You can file your tax online using the e-tax platform. It's easy and straightforward. Simply log on to etax.lirs.net using your Pay ID and voila.
E-tax is an automated electronic tax payment service that makes tax operations more convenient for taxpayers. Taxpayer registration for easy access to both new and existing taxpayers. E-tax, simple, quick, reliable, and secure. For more information on how to use the e-tax services, log on to www.etax.lirs.net.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope everyone had watched the video and were educated on the new ways in which we can pay our tax online. So right now we're going to show you a short clip for a video that's going to drop soon. It's a campaign we're running, Three Queens campaign for the International Women's Day. It's going to be dropped on the 8th of March 2021. For this campaign video, we've invited three remarkable, commendable women to come and talk to us about how they've chosen to challenge in their various industries. We've asked them some questions, we've interviewed them, and we have Amoni Oboli, an award-winning actress, Nollywood script writer and director. We also have Tara Fela-Dorotore, which is a beauty entrepreneur. She's CEO of House of Tara International. And we also have Rashida Sadebisi, the Chief Client Officer of AXA Mansard. So these three women are going to come and talk to us about their challenges and how they've been able to thrive and also move forward in their various sectors. So we're just going to show you a short clip on that now. So please stay on the call to really watch this video. Thank you.
welcome to 100 Talks, the International Women's Day special. My name is Pelumi Faransho. The International Women's Day this year, the global theme is Choose to Challenge, celebrating women that have done tremendous things in their various industries. We're going to be joined today by Omoni Oboli, a Nollywood actress, producer, scriptwriter, and director. We'll also be joined by Tara Fela Dorotoye, beauty entrepreneur, CEO of House of Tara International, and lawyer. And lastly, we'll be joined by the Chief Client Officer of AXA Mansa Insurance PLC, Rashidat Adebisi. To further this conversation, we'll be joined by Sheiton Atigari, TV presenter and journalist.
But it was just a different experience overall. So I think 2020 was just a defining year, a year where you had to look inwards and think about what was most important to you, and how you could also. And by doing that, it gave me strength to be able to dream again and have hope that things will be better. And I began to see things differently, and ideas, creativity.
I'm done.
So we have Oladayo Adeni to come and give us a brief digital marketing presentation. We'll have a full training on a later date, but first we'll have Dayo Adeni on the call. Sorry, he's having some issues connecting. Sorry, the speaker is having some trouble joining in the call, so please be patient with us while he joins the call. Please be patient with us. I hope everyone has really gained so much from the wonderful speakers we've had today. If you're just joining the call, we had Funke Bokno Obrote, who gave us a very insightful talk about choosing to challenge and her journey through starting the events industry, pioneering the events industry, and moving forward, and also gave us so much on how we should be resilient. We should always be resilient and push forward to do whatever we need to do. And also, she gave us some people asked the questions about how we deal with parents wanting us to, not parents, wanting you to be a doctor, lawyer, and everything. And what she said was that you should also know where your parents are coming from, but push towards understanding where your parents are coming from, and also show your parents that you can achieve greatness in this industry that you have chosen to come in. So that was from Kemp Bucknell speaking to. So because the digital marketing trainer is having some trouble joining in, we will have the financial literacy trainer that will just give us a brief presentation on financial literacy. We have Norma Mere here with us today to give us a brief presentation on that. Please was welcome Norma Mere.
Hi, everyone. Good
Hello,
afternoon.
welcome.
Thank you very much. A privilege to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I think you already mentioned, my name is Norma Mere. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yes. My name is Norma Mere. I work with the Business Development Unit in AXA Mansard Investments. And I'm here to just give us a brief talk on financial literacy. My slides are quite expansive, but I'll try to be as concise as possible. Okay, so moving on, what is financial? Okay, so these are the contents I'll be running us through. Sorry for jumping the gun. What financial literacy is about, and then I'll just focus more on how to invest and your investment life cycle. I'll also touch on a bit on our product offerings in AXA Mansard Investments, and also classify those product offerings into different risk baskets, basically. Okay, so moving on. What's financial literacy? Financial literacy is basically the ability to understand and efficiently use various financial skills, including personal financial management, budgeting, and investing. I would like to see financial literacy as something over 50% of us on this call will have an idea about. I know that these are the things that we have at the back of our minds, but it's always good to have like refresher courses or discussions or chats once in a while to just bring it back to our memory, especially for me. I mean, I work in the financial industry and I even need to be reminded about some of these things from time to time. So speaking on that, for financial literacy, there are key major factors that play into financial literacy, and one of them is creating a personal budget. That's like the beginning. I mean, when you know your net income, let's start with for the month before we go into the year. Once you realize what your net income is for the month, you should be able to budget and plan on what you're spending on and what you want to spend and what you want to save. Right? I mean, everybody knows how important it is to save. So budgeting is like one of the major first steps in becoming a financial literate person. Basically, you should know how to categorize your spending every other month based on yeah, of course you can have the slides. I'm sure the facilitator will share it with you. So yes, so personal budget. So budgeting is number one. Number two would be to determine your financial goals and save towards it. So, I mean, it's one thing to save. It's one thing to know what you're saving towards. Imagine you're saving and you're saving for no reason. You're just saving. It will be very, very easy for you to start eating out of your savings or start tapping out of your savings. And to avoid that, you need to concisely list your financial goals, or like know what your financial target is and work towards it. It's also important that you factor in debt paying into like your financial goals, especially if you're in debt. So to factor in paying off of debts, also to create an emergency fund, and then to plan for retirement. Creating an emergency fund, I don't know if you've heard about this before, but this life is very for lack of a better word, higgy haga. Do you understand? You're up today, you're down tomorrow. Anything comes to anybody at any time. So once you're on a steady income, it's always very, very important to have an emergency fund. And an emergency fund at the very minimum is should be, well, as a rule of thumb, emergency fund should be between 2 to 3 months of your net income for when you're like your monthly net income. So 2 to 3 months of a monthly net income should be your emergency fund, so to speak. But yeah, that's one. Also, I forgot to bring this up when I was talking about creating a personal budget. So another rule of thumb in creating personal budget, I think most of us should know this, is the 50-30-20 rule. So 50 is basically 50 is like 50% of your net income. So that should be for your essentials, your day-to-day activities, what you need to, your plans that you understand you can't waive off. Basically, that's for 50. 30 would be for coincidental. So things that just come up. For example, I mean, you don't exactly plan to buy a dress, but like you see a dress that you like during the course of the month, you buy like 1 or 2 things just to indulge. But that's just 30%. So you know that once you've spent that 30% of your income, that's it. You're not spending more on them frivolities. But for 20, 20 is for savings. So that's basically just to touch on the 50-30-20 rule. Thank you, whoever said they know about it. So lastly, for the major keys for financial literacy, achieving financial literacy would be to invest your savings and protect your assets. So it's one thing to save. I mean, you're saving money, you're probably putting it in the bank account or something. But I'm very sure now, these days, people know about savings. People are very aggressive. This is our generation, which is a very good thing. There you have like we have AXA Mansard, you have a Piggy Vest, you have Bamboo, you have different savings platforms, and that's very good. So for those that don't know, it's important to like save so that your money is adding value. And it's also important to protect your savings. And that's where to protect your assets and investment. And that's where insurance comes in. Okay, so next slide, please. I'm talking about our investment life cycle. So I've touched on the basic things for financial literacy, but just trickling it down to investments, because that's my forte and my field. I'll just talk us through the different investment phases and stages of investment life cycles. So first one will be the accumulation stage. Accumulation stage is between when you start working. So like maybe you're 23, 24, 25, still 35. At this point in time, you're accumulating, you're saving a portion of your net income every month, every year, working towards a goal. That's your accumulation stage. You understand? You're saving towards doing an MBA, saving towards getting a car. You understand? Saving towards maybe buying a landed property. It depends on what your target is or what your goal is, but that's the accumulation stage when we gather, basically. The phase 2 will be consolidation. Consolidation is the phase between 35 and when you're about to retire. So that's, let's say 35, 65. At this point, you are now more leveled, more settled. You are basically saving towards creating an estate eventually at your retirement stage. You understand? You're saving towards your kids. You're saving towards better schooling for your kids. You're saving towards maybe getting a house. You have larger and more concise goals at this phase. And you realize at this phase, you're not as aggressive with investing as you were in your accumulation stage. Because at your accumulation stage, you're very aggressive with investing. You're investing in majorly equities. But your consolidation stage, you now come down. You now start investing in more fixed income products so that you have more stability than you did. Because at this point, your comeback from, for example, losing in equities won't be as strong as it was in your accumulation stage. I hope I've not gone off course, and I hope we understand what I'm saying. So the final stage, which is the phase 3, is your spending and gifting. And this is basically the retirement stage. So spending is you are able to fund your lifestyle. So you're basically funding your lifestyle. You are setting up your estate. You are setting up your trust. You understand? You're planning on what you're going to give your kids and hand over to your grandkids. That's basically the last stage. Okay, so moving on to the next slide, please. I'll be I'll further break down the assets in the different like life cycle stages, basically. So the assets, number one asset to be fixed income. So fixed income will consist of your treasury bills, your bonds, your commercial papers, and your money market fund. Those are the fixed income securities. These ones are basically, I think they're self-explanatory. We should know about treasury. Treasury bills are government issued notes to fund government spending and government, like basically government day-to-day activities. Bonds are same as treasury bills, but bonds are longer tenor than treasury bills. Treasury bills minimum of 1 year. Bonds span between 2 years to 35 years. Commercial papers are basically treasury bills, but they are issued, different between commercial papers and treasury bills. Commercial papers are issued by quoted corporates. So corporates that have solid standing. I'll give you an example. Is a Dangote, a GT Bank, a First Bank. Those corporates can issue commercial papers still to fund projects and to fund working capital, basically. Then we have the money market fund. The money market fund is a fund that has underlying securities of treasury bills, commercial papers, fixed deposits, basically short-term bills, because the money market fund, as we know, is a very flexible fund, and most people treat money market fund like their bank accounts, but the money market fund gives you value. Your typical bank accounts will hardly ever give you as much value as the money market fund will give you. Then the next asset will be variable assets. Variable assets include equities, stocks, exchange traded funds, which are the ETFs, and then managed accounts. Managed accounts are our discretionary accounts. So managed accounts are accounts managed by your financial advisor, your portfolio manager. You give them a particular amount. You sit down with this person and agree on your goals and what you want to achieve in maybe within a span of time, within maybe 2 to 5 years. And then once you agree on what assets are supposed to be allocated, the person manages it to their discretion and then reports quarterly, yearly, monthly to the client's preference. Those are managed accounts. The third one will be alternative investments. Alternative investments are real estate investment, private equity. Private equity is investing in stocks that are not quoted on the stock exchange. In equities are not quoted on the stock exchange. And then commodities. Please, next slide. Okay, so I think I already touched on the accumulation phase already. This is just expanding on it. I already mentioned 25 to 30 years. Your risk appetite in this phase is very high. You can take in risk because you have the tendency to recover from whatever losses that you will gain. Investment objectives or goals are usually around masters, getting an apartment, buying a car. I already thought, and your time horizon for this phase is long. Do you understand? You have time on your side, so is long term. All your investments are long term, except working capital or funds that you need to like take care of yourself daily activities and everything. Your investment horizon is long term. Asset allocation for this particular phase is 75% in variable assets. I talked about variable assets in my previous slide, and variable assets are basically equities. So 75% of your assets should be invested in equities at this phase, and 25% in fixed income. Basically, fixed income will be your treasury bills, your bonds, your money market fund, and your fixed deposits. This is for the accumulation phase. So for the consolidation phase, it's between 35 to 60 years. I already mentioned that this phase you are more stable. Your risk appetite is not as high as it was in the accumulation phase. At this point, you are taking in medium to moderate risk, and you're saving towards vacations, you're saving towards retirement, you're saving towards getting a home, and that's for a more stable phase in your life. Like I mentioned, time horizon for investing is medium term. So at this point, you're investing 50% in equities, variable assets, and then the other 50% in fixed income. Do you understand? So this is the balanced phase. If you get what I mean? At this phase, you're not taking in as much risk as you were earlier because you don't have the time to come back from, you understand, to recover from losses. at this point in your life. So you are now more leveled. And please, the next slide, which is the gifting and spending phase. So this is 60 years and above. At this point in your life, you are super chill, you've worked for your money, you've put in all the work, and now it's time for you to really enjoy the fruit of your labor. So now you're going to be investing in low risk assets because you don't have time to recover from losses from variable assets. Variable assets, if I didn't mention, are very, very volatile. So when you're investing in variable assets, you're supposed to take a long-term approach. So at this point, you can't even invest in variable assets again because you don't really have that time on the side. At this point, your investment objectives will be creating a trust fund, planning your estate for your kids and your grandkids, and then funding your lifestyle. I already spoke about that. Time horizon, short-term, asset allocation, 25% in variable assets and 75% in fixed income. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so yeah, hi. Okay, so I'm touching on briefly on AXA Mansard product offerings, because I mean I work at AXA Mansard. I'll just tell you a bit about what we do on the investment end and the products that we have. So basically, we manage funds for our clients, and sorry. Okay, I think I'll take questions after the presentation because I'm working on a tight schedule. But yes, so what we do in AXA Mansard, we manage funds for clients, and funds can be invested in different products basically. So different products we have available, we have mutual funds, we have the money market fund and the equity income fund. Money market fund I mentioned earlier is a fund that is very safe. I mean, it guarantees your capital 100% and to a very large extent your interest, because this fund, because of the nature of this fund has underlying securities of treasury bills, fixed deposits with banks, commercial papers, very little commercial papers because commercial papers can be quite risky, and then cash. So why treasury bills are very safe and why like it guarantees your capital is because it's issued by the government. Do you understand? Government cannot afford to owe. Do you get? Because that doesn't tell well for the government. And when you realize that when typically how it works is when I borrow money from you, for example, and I tell you, borrow me money at 5%, I'll give you back with 5% interest. When I borrow that money from you and I give it back on time with your 5% interest, you have some trust in me that, okay, anytime I borrow this lady money, she gives me back my money on time with the stated interest. But if I'm the type of person that you borrow money from and when it comes to time to pay, I give you excuses. Oh, okay, this came up. I'll not be able to give you back now. I'll give you next week. You understand? It's now risky to give me money. Do you get? So at that point, when I'm going to come to borrow money from you next time, you say, okay, because you, as you are, your risk is high. I don't really trust that you pay me back at this stated date or this stated time. I take up my interest rates. So you take it up to like maybe 6 or 7%. So why the government cannot afford to owe is because they know that once they owe, the next time they're going to come to borrow, they'll be borrowing at higher interest rate, and government cannot afford that. So governments will always pay. So that's why treasury bills are like the safest type of investments, and these are one of the major underlying securities for the money market fund. Money market fund is also short-term, it's very flexible. You can place funds with us. Investing in money market fund is like having a savings account that gives you superior interest rates, basically, because it's very flexible. You can pay money anytime, I take out money at any time. In fact, liquidation takes between 5 minutes to 20 minutes. It depends on the amount you're liquidating. That's with the money market fund. We also have an equity income fund. Now, that works same as money market fund, but with the way that money market fund guarantees your capital and your interest, the equity income fund doesn't quite do that because you are invested in equities. Equities are stocks, and you know that stocks are very volatile. So with equity income fund, your capital or your interest isn't guaranteed. But hey, here's the thing. Investing in equities gives you exposure. The equity income fund gives you exposure to equities, and equities are usually long-term investments. So it's not as short as the money market fund. Sorry, can you hear me?
All right. There, I can hear you. Sorry.
Okay.
There are a few questions here for you, but because of our time, we wouldn't be able to take those questions. We'll be having a full financial after this day, so on a later day. So we'd like to just wrap up.
Okay, no problem. And that's fine. During the training, I'm sorry my lingo is very professional. I'm just rushing because of our limited time. But the facilitator has stated that we'll have a training, and I think that will give us a better platform to expand on the language and also understand the different investment products. But she will also share the slides with people that are interested. And I mean, I'll put in my details, my email address and my phone number, so that you can reach out to me with your questions at your convenience. Yes, thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you so,
and hopefully,
so much,
yes,
Norma,
we do this later. You're
for
welcome.
us this afternoon.
No problem. Thank you.
So now, all right, so now we'll be taking the brief introduction to digital marketing, just briefly before we close the conference. So, okay. We're just waiting for him to. All right, so we wouldn't be able to do that now. Okay. All right, so we'll just ask Norma a few questions now before the next person comes on to speak. And before the next person comes on to speak. So a question here is saying that under the variable assets, is cryptocurrency not also considered as an investment life cycle? If not, kindly shed more light on why it is not.
Oh no, yes, cryptocurrency is definitely under variable, because I'm sure you know how volatile cryptocurrency is. So it's under variable assets. I mean, under variable assets, they are vast. It's very vast. I can't possibly touch on everything, but cryptocurrency definitely is there. Stocks is under variable assets. Private equity is under variable assets. Structured investments are under variable assets. The variable assets are basically very volatile assets. If I've answered your question.
All right. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
We would have a full digital marketing and financial literacy training on a later date, so you can ask all the questions that you want to ask. I want to thank everyone for joining the conference today. We're just going to go straight into the pitch competition. Now. And I would like everyone to just please stay on the call while we start the pitch competition. Thank you so much for joining us in the conference. I know and I hope that everyone has learned something vital for them to take as women, and also as women in finance, women in industry, and any industry that you want to be in. So thank you so much. Please watch out for the Three Queens campaign video. The Three Queens campaign video, it's a campaign that we're running for. We've invited 3 remarkable and commendable women to ask them questions, educate them, and ask them questions, and also for them to educate us on how they've been able to succeed, how they've been able to achieve the heights that they've gotten to in life in their various industries. We'll have Omoni Oboli, an award-winning actor and scriptwriter, director. We also have Tarfela Dorotwe, makeup entrepreneur, beauty entrepreneur, CEO of House of Tara International. And we also have Rashidat Adebisi, which is the Chief Client Officer of AXA Mansard PLC. We're going to ask them some questions. So please watch out for that video. It's coming out on the 8th of March for everyone to see. And it's something that you definitely do not want to miss. If you would like to see the teaser video again, it's going to be out on all our social media handles at SME100 Africa, at 100women.ng. Thank you so much. While we start the pitch competition, please watch the campaign.
Hello, welcome to 100 Talks, the International Women's Day special. My name is Pelumi Folarancho. The International Women's Day this year, the global theme is Choose to Challenge, celebrating women that have done tremendous things in their various industries. We're going to be joined today by Omoni Oboli, a Nollywood actress, producer, scriptwriter, and director. We'll also be joined by Tara Fela Dorotoye, beauty entrepreneur, CEO of House of Tara International, and lawyer. And lastly, we'll be joined by the Chief Client Officer of AXA Mansa Insurance PLC, Rashidat Adebisi. To further this conversation, we'll be joined by Sheito Atigari, TV presenter and journalist.
But it was just a different experience overall. So I think 2020 was just a defining year, a year where you had to look inwards and think about what was most important to you, and how you could also. And by doing that, it gave me strength to be able to dream again and have hope that things could be better. And I began to see things differently and ideas, creativity.
Hello, welcome to 100 Talks, the International Women's Day special. My name is Pelumi Folarancho. The International Women's Day this year, the global theme is Choose to Challenge, celebrating women that have done tremendous things in their various industries. We're going to be joined today by Omoni Oboli, a Nollywood actress, producer, scriptwriter, and director. We'll also be joined by Tara Fela Dorotoye, beauty entrepreneur, CEO of House of Tara International, and lawyer. And lastly, we'll be joined by the Chief Client Officer of AXA Mansa Insurance PLC, Rashidat Adebisi. To further this conversation, we'll be joined by Sheito Atigari, TV presenter and journalist.
But it was just a different experience overall. So I think 2020 was just a defining year, a year where you had to look inwards and think about what was most important to you, and how you could also. And by doing that, it gave me strength to be able to dream again and have hope that things could be better. And I began to see things differently and ideas, creativity.
Babe, I nearly broke my leg rushing out the door.
Oh no, I'm sorry, baby. Where are you rushing off to?
I'm rushing to the LIRS office to file my tax return. Nearly tripped on the stairs trying to answer your call.
Baby, come on. You can file your tax online without having to break a leg.
Yeah? Are you sure? You're laughing at me, Abby.
I'm serious. Okay, I'm serious, baby. Listen to me. You can file your tax online using the eTax platform. It's easy and straightforward. Simply log on to etax.lirs.net using your Pay ID, and voila.
eTax is an automated electronic tax payment service that makes tax operations more convenient for taxpayers. Taxpayer registration for easy access to both new and existing taxpayers. eTax. Simple, quick, reliable, and secure. For more information on how to use the eTax services, log on to www.etax.lirs.net.
Hello, welcome to 100 Talks, the International Women's Day special. My name is Pelumi Folarancho. The International Women's Day this year, the global theme is Choose to Challenge, celebrating women that have done tremendous things in their various industries. We're going to be joined today by Omoni Oboli, a Nollywood actress, producer, scriptwriter, and director. We'll also be joined by Tara Fela Dorotoye, beauty entrepreneur, CEO of House of Tara International, and lawyer. And lastly, we'll be joined by the Chief Client Officer of AXA Mansa Insurance PLC, Rashidat Adebisi. To further this conversation, we'll be joined by Sheito Atigari, TV presenter and journalist.
But it was just a different experience overall. So I think 2020 was just a defining year, a year where you had to look inwards and think about what was most important to you, and how you could also. And by doing that, it gave me strength to be able to dream again and have hope that things will be better. And I began to see things differently, and ideas, creativity.
Babe, I nearly broke my leg rushing out the door.
Oh no, I'm sorry, baby. Where are you rushing off to?
I'm rushing to the LIRS office to file my tax return. Nearly tripped on the stairs trying to answer your call.
Baby, come on. You can file your tax online without having to break a leg.
Yeah? Are you sure? You're laughing at me, Abby.
I'm serious. Okay, listen, I'm serious, baby. Listen to me. You can file your tax online using the e-tax platform. It's easy and straightforward. Simply log on to etax.lirs.net using your pay ID and voila.
E-tax is an automated electronic tax payment service that makes tax operations more convenient for taxpayers. Taxpayer registration or easy access to both new and existing taxpayers. E-tax, simple, quick, reliable, and secure. For more information on how to use the e-tax services, log on to www.etax.lirs.net.
Hello, welcome to 100 Talks, the International Women's Day special. My name is Pelumi Folarunsho. The International Women's Day this year, the global theme is Choose to Challenge, celebrating women that have done tremendous things in their various industries. We're going to be joined today by Omoni Oboli, a Nollywood actress, producer, scriptwriter, and director. We'll also be joined by Tara Fela Doritoye,
Hello, everyone. If you're just joining us, the conference has actually ended, and we're just about to start the pitch competition. So you just hang in there and wait till we start the pitch competition. We'll be starting shortly. We had an amazing conference. We had speakers, first speakers like Funke Bosco, Abute, telling us about how to choose to challenge in various industries. We also had Fadi Oguro speak to us about working in digital workspace and how to really adapt to digital workspace, and also about bookingsafrica.com. We've had digital marketing and financial literacy training, just a brief session. We will have a full intensive training session for that later, which will be communicated to us. So please follow our social media handles at SME100 Africa and at 100women.ng to be updated on when the digital marketing training and also the financial literacy training will be happening as well. Please let us. Okay, so some people can't hear me. Let me try and make sure that the Can you hear me now? Can you hear me properly now? I was saying, can everyone hear me? Please hold on. Can anyone hear me now? Okay, please hold on while I sort this issue. Can you hear me now? Okay, so I said if you're just joining us, we're now going into the pitch competition. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we're going into the pitch competition. We're going to start shortly. Where entrepreneurs pitch their business, female entrepreneurs pitch their business ideas for the opportunity to win a sum of 1 million naira. So please stay on the call, stay online while we start the pitch competition. However, if you missed the conference, it was amazing. It's streamed online. You can watch on YouTube after this. And also, we had different speakers speak to us. We had Funke Bokno speak to us about choosing to challenge and how she has challenged the events industry, how she has moved forward and pressed on to obviously succeed in her industry. We also had Fade Ogunro, CEO of Bookings Africa, speak to us about working in the digital workspace, adapting to the new norm, which COVID-19 has really brought on us, the digital space. So we had Fade Ogunro as well. And we also had a digital marketing trainer and a financial literacy trainer give us a brief presentation on, just an introduction to financial literacy and also digital marketing. We will be having a full intensive lecture on that later on, which will be communicated on our social media handles, social media accounts. Follow SME100 Africa on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and also at 100women.ng on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter to keep updated with all our events. So you don't want to miss out on this digital marketing and financial literacy training. Also, we had the Three Queens campaign video. Three Queens, we've invited three commendable and remarkable women to just share some insights on how they've been able to succeed in their various industries, how they've been able to move forward, how they've been able to press on. The video will be dropped on the 8th of March, which is the International Women's Day. So the video will be dropped on that day. So watch out for that video. It's very insightful, wonderful conversations, and you definitely learn a lot to progress in life as a woman in trying to start and succeed in her business. So please stay online while we start the pitch competition very shortly. If you have any questions, please let us know as we progress. Okay. Hello. So I'm seeing a lot of questions. So the pitch competition is actually going to start soon. It's hybrid. The pitchers have been contacted and they would be pitching their business ideas shortly. So for you to, as you're on the call, just hang on the call to really learn from these women that have pitched their business ideas. So yes, the pitchers have been contacted. I hope everyone can hear what I'm saying. So they've been contacted already. If you haven't been contacted, unfortunately, you haven't been able to meet the requirements. There are over 1,000 applications for this pitch competition. So please just hang on the call while you listen and learn from the ideas that are going to be pitched today. So yes, I've answered the questions. Yes, the pitchers have been selected already, and they have been contacted by email, and they're physically present to pitch their business ideas to the panel of judges. Thank you so much, and
So that all of that each companies when spread on that song and flight pressure, we are introducing technology for each production. When we have another spread on that song, we have we want to produce each, and that's why we also support and import more domestic each product. So we have 24 service nationwide. We have 4
Alright, so welcome our next speaker. Okay.
As the entrepreneur identifying the significant or unmet need or problem, and the entrepreneur understands the relevance of the target. So number one is, have you identified the problem? Number two, the lead value proposition. Value propositions are clear and persuasive. Number three, marketing and growth strategy. We have a convincing plan for how to acquire customers, how to price, how to promote, how to sell, and support the product service. Number four, the quality of the entrepreneurs. Able to demonstrate necessary experience and capability to be successful. Number five, economic visibility. The idea of the product, we have a huge value proposition, and the market and growth strategy.
from coding lessons to robotics to STEM, many areas, design and technology, creative exploration, social emotional development, understanding the world. Yes. It's a conflict. So children pay for as a club, they get paid or instead of the stand up or pay or from our spend access to and access. Yes, so my target market after school is we go to school, we run our social media platforms and then two referrals to friends. People sign up, you don't have value for people, so they sign up to creative leaders school. It's not just coding and bots. So I would say that one of the they could decide to give them recyclable materials for them to cost and vision. Oh, really, all different questions. Very but like I said, it was all of this thing across the country. Hello, judges. Our next speaker is entrepreneurial.
Thank you once again. Join me for my who we are trying to get our and tell me what this means. Simply just means that we will have more opportunity to satisfy and fulfill our in-who actions. What is E? E is for health, what is for satisfaction, and L is for happiness. That's really important. People are affected by COVID-19 that happened on COVID-19 pandemic, and this made a lot of people lose their lives because of their weak immune system, which can also be related to the kind of food that they have been consuming over the time. Now, how can those solve this problem? We are solving the problem of foodborne disease when tissue is spread over the sun to dry or for time to percolate before food can reach consumers. The World Health Organization identified the major source of foodborne disease that 2 millions of Africans. This next slide. And now, that's why health has come to the picture. All our ingredients are natural, 100% natural, preservative free, and it's a mix of ingredients that can help to boost your immune system. Next slide. Now, we have different range of products. We have the beef fish, we have the chicken fish, and we also have the roasted fish. Now, our companies are branching down. The companies of the market, sales prices, and volumes are all set up, and of course, our working industry. And what sets us apart is the fact that we have different variants of fish, and the best not only in Nigeria, but in Africa, both fish and fish. And we have different prices, 100 Naira, 400 Naira, 300 Naira. So we have something for everybody. This next slide. Let's all right, so we generate revenue by selling cheese and a new product we are also adding to the market is fishy cheese. And also, this is our growth program scale. Started out in 2019 of selling 0 samples to now selling over 3,500 samples, 3,500 products in a month. Our community social responsibility, we help to raise funds to lifestyle parts for women, and we have recruited a hospital in the state of Ogun that several government this next one. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much for that. If we are given the opportunity to live in Nigeria, we are expanding, and right now we move from a kitchen to a unit factory, which is based in Ocean State. 108 acres of land, which will start not set up our big factory. The land also own the biggest so I'm that plan, buy us the land to have to work with. Yes, so for products, we get about 500 Naira. When we sell directly, or when we sell to people that we sell, that's markets, we just did. We are not really bothered around that. We are going to know about the products. We're going to reach more people. each of those we generated a total revenue of 75 million naira. So that's big.
So, what I really do that women are like, I don't call them women. There are lots of problems with domestic violence. You see a woman almost going to die. Women in an abusive marriage, all because she doesn't have something of her own. She doesn't have the business of her own. So the way I was the big factor My name is William, like the home of I ran a business with different business from 2020 to 2019, and I had a small location. So after the third baby, I had to pay each rural injection, and I didn't continue with the baby job with me. So I had to venture into the online space where I teach women how to position their businesses online, how to monetize their knowledge, their expertise, and all that. The Children of Other Companies prepare enable brand, helping women and businesses to attract their customers to digital solutions. My main target is stay at home moms and female. Like I was saying before, most women enjoy mental health. We don't have the money of their own. We ask them, why do you sleep? We tell you, by go, when I get the money. So we are coming to review with that because we want every woman to be able to make that. Now, you know that the poverty line that I was saying before among the women is increasing like every day. The next slide. We have and she knows the how to do this. And she made over 100K from her books. We also have a video in Abuja that we post and she started a business. And right now, that has launched which takes from the average 100K per month on the top product that will come out of okay, we intend to work with NGOs that work with women and work with them to teach women different things they can do on their own at home, digitally to make money. To coaching, creation of our products, creating accountability, and we try for all this. Okay, right now, myself and I work with some right now. Or yes, the grounds I don't want to be employing more that will help us to do right now. Yes, it's also good. Okay, being a coach doesn't really mean like close to outside and all that. Your experience is enough to teach the next person. What's a success story? Okay, okay. I mean, first for women because I'll stay at home for long and eventually the contract. And I made 6 figures, I made 5, 6 figures. And the same strategy I use when I teach my parents. Okay, regarding the grant, the very first thing on my list is to have a working space where women are coming. So not everyone knows that there is digital opportunity out there for them. So I will not have a working space where you can operate at home and render. And secondly, on my list is branding and marketing. And thirdly, I want to work with NGOs that have these women that are my target audience ready. Digital space, you know that the market that the drop margin is like having yourself. The most I make when I don't make at all, I make like 200 sometimes you can make even more than that. So I think we need something the business.
The next teacher is additional to be and accompany the additional. Thank you very much. So I said my name is additional. You know that about 6.9 million Nigerians live in the world of about 15% of the Nigerian population. You know that 1 out of 1 Nigerians are poor. Now, there is a big problem because the new number of our population, the large number of our population cannot afford it. This is how I managed to create and I managed to produce according to the from those one from family to a simply what the name is all our and we have a lot now, the market told us so many people cannot afford to buy and the other situation of our country makes it difficult for an average developer to difficult and afford to the market. That's why most of them rather go for second hand and first. So I From 2017 to 2020, we were able to do about 10 million naira. We started and just 2 months ago. So that we're starting on laptop, paper, and then we are only having people around to be able to do that. Then the leader also will get our share of things to leave on only to release 2,500 so within 1 year, which is about 10 million naira. Additional to people which communication group of Sina, and her company is Merchant Enterprise. aligned growth, especially in Africa. And it said 50% of food was actually accountable. Next slide. How do we get our revenue? We get our revenue from the farmers, direct sales, that direct competition. Also, we get from people who will be able to come home and we are actually telling over 6 states, greater than and what together one way, so we are looking forward to getting 50 million in the next 7 years. It's not achieve and the material position is over. Now, very affected the both major exchange companies. And now we're looking forward to in as fast as international companies to raise our overall level. Thank you for the presentation. What challenge do you want training, we actually work with supply and performance and data. Alright, that was the actually for the winner for the weekend. Up next, we have Miriam Lawani, and the really good recycling movement. CEO of as a consequence of human existence, waste generation will all challenges. However, what we call waste, you and I, is not waste, but we space resources in motion. This is the problem we have in Nigeria and even in Africa. We have indiscriminate disposal of waste, which are not managed. Even the waste on the landfills are burnt, which release toxic gases that are hazardous to our health. It's almost raining season now, and when rains come upon us, we don't have any hours to spend in traffic because of floods due to all these plastic waste that are dumped in our drainage systems. Next slide. There are certain facts that back up this. The certain facts that back up this business. We know in Lagos State alone, in Nigeria, there are 2.5 million tons of plastic waste alone, just plastic waste generated annually. And in Lagos State, there's about 400,000 tons of plastic waste generated every day. Now, we don't see this as a problem. It might sound very huge, but we see an opportunity in that. Lagos is very populated. People will keep giving birth. As people increase, population increases, waste will always be generated. Now, the people who live in extreme poverty, less than $2 every day, and they're suffering in abundance, on the streets. So we say, why don't we find a way to create value from this waste to meet issues around social, environmental, and economic problems? And so we came up with Radio Recycling, which is a social enterprise that addresses poverty, unemployment, and climate change, using waste as the currency of exchange. We've created a platform where people, especially people in the communities, can capture value from the pure water sachet, the plastic bottles, the aluminum cans, and cartons that generate. Now, what do we do with these things? We offer a very confident recycling opportunity for people. We pick up this waste from their doorsteps after enlightening them, doing awareness, teaching them about the importance of environmental sustainability. And after picking up this waste, in exchange for the waste that they give us, we give them points, 3 points, This point accumulated over a period of time and exchange it with an item of value. Thank you. Fantastic. So we sell the bills, previous slide. We sell these bills, these are bills of plastic bottles, and then a certain percentage from that bill goes out as incentives. So that's big money. How much? In the last 2 years, wow, okay, so last year did happen for us, and that's why we're here. We got kicked out of the Pacific where we operate from, right, specifically. And so most of the income generation is spent toward getting a new facility now, which doesn't do in January. So next, and it's on leaves, right? It's on leaves. This where it's no longer however, we should get this one increase awareness. Well, yeah, the next So these are a variety of exchange for the waste. Right? Our exchange from so your points accumulate over a period of time. Twice every year, exchange to any of those one item, you know, the value of the item, how many points are there? Yeah, I'm doing it twice a year. It's sustainable because over and over. So that I'm also the opposite. Thank you. What? No. Thank you. We also have is fabulous. Good day, my name is Kosin, founder of Fabulous Fresh Food. Fabulous Fresh Food is the registered processing and each production of fresh and natural food. So I think because the different type of food are contained right now from breakfast. And yes, we have our mission. Our mission is to bring health to everyone. This is the reason why we do this. Challenges from one people are suffering from the existing health disruption. The government trying to use weight, but then use infection is covered with usually have situation. Digestive regularity to help our right. The antibiotics, even the people living and these affect what's they affect which also have impact on the health of the individual. My memory is the question of common retinal the fabulous fresh food developed recipe specifically excellent those that increasing the beneficial material. Judges, last time And all met, we had etsy.eu, and the company is Etsy Farms Global. Thank you very much. My name is SME100 Nigeria. Our mission statement is to provide high quality. Every time we go out, provide high quality machines all year round. So, the problem is this like the problem with new schools have reached. But that is also asked from 40 years ago. The other is privacy and what of private persons. So everything is followed up. Into financial regulation. But actually, And now we have Daniela Soje of Daniela Studio. So this is so and still have the and so many of that basketball tools, piece of paper that I can easily use to prevent autism. And so the last project starts to and I was that organized by the studio to teach young people about effective risk management and organization, seeking us to create wealth and to project as to provide orientation for 300 about stability and this take care of their so people are is to teach kids take care of the environment and use that creativity to make money. Last year, I organized this project. No, not last year, 2019, where on material multiplied by Up next, we have Oluwabisola and her company, Grow Legal Craft. We are all to improve local products in Nigeria. How do you
I'll send the money. I'll send the money. I'll send the money, yeah.
because we are already on the rise of the next thing. And prior to that time, my father would say, this is Oprah. The overall go through English is African preference. My mother had decided to work more than 30 years. So I knew that I needed to reach out the president family from more material. I needed to bring something that market research. So I started the party drive program. The first gap I discovered was that the work is not readily available to student to. It's only available in every season. And those who want to access it cannot access it all of the season. Next slide. So we started with just packaging drive program in 2016. And then by 2018, we failed and we were in there for more than 2 million naira. And then by August, September 2018, we won 100,000 naira. And we picked up again. Picked up again in December 2018. By the end of 2019, we had made about more than 1,500 revenue. With our former in Nigeria, just one seller in Boston. Boston was the largest market at that time. With 2019, it seems like magic worked for us because COVID-19, everybody had to stay with the basics and which food was about it. And we went forward to my own ones to continue to the idea was to start first and then we went to the other ones. So this is Oprah in the regional states, drive like this, we can go to the off. It's healthy, contains solutions that contains unsaturated fat. This is Oprah ready to eat roasted what we know as happy liver. This is Oprah here, but it's half coconut. And then we developed this last year, what you know as peanuts. The difference between this and the other peanuts is that inside is Oprah seed instead of granite seed. And then this is our most hot product for the market. This is Oprah made from Oprah flour, but because Oprah is yes, for this. For the these are for this one, this was and if for the box is last for this is so we just have the customer bought our products and there's a review from IG. And there's a young man that lives in Boston who have been looking for how to get Oprah into Boston. But Boston is currently controlled by our largest market. Australia, New Zealand is the largest market. Australia, New Zealand is seeing 50% of most our resellers and distributors are being fully here. So, very clear with how is this thing? Yes. Yeah, it is. This is amazing. If I had to use that, however, one of the things I discovered when I was thinking this one because I'm very pleased with the product because my dad died of diabetes, and we didn't realize and find that we were practically sitting for the solution all of the line. So it was a process of researching about all the products and what we could use to mix this to hold it together because it doesn't contain starch. But I discovered a couple of things. Yes, continuous job. So, but we have one product, we have more content. This is what it was just to go together. However, the additional benefits of the two of them are amazing. So, this part. This is 2008. The other thing is this was launched in this February. But we did not have one single it continues to sell out at every production, every single production. How much do we work? We have lots of much of production since The first production we have over 250 kilograms. So we were marketing before we launched into the market. So everything was ready. It was just for us to dispatch, and then we had just a few parts to sell to those who didn't pre-order. It's not how many millions or how does it work? This one kind of is very important here. So much investment. When you make it, this is everything here. This can serve up to 6 or 7 persons. Because it's very unique. 6 or 7 persons at last it's 2,800. You say you export to Nigeria. So what was okay, first of all, every single we are in Australia, we are in London, we are still in Boston, we are in Scotland, and then we just got into Canada this February. However, each of the countries we got it through social media. Every single one of us pictures through social media. We are very big on marketing on social media. So what we decided is they take the oil of video and start it. They are responsible for shipping. For Australia, for instance, the Australian distributor has a partnership with DHL, so it's easier for them to import than for us to export, even though we have export license. So I do have orders for international market. Not yes, but Australia needs to be done. We may have a solution. So our minimum order is for a month, she's doing at least 500 K of products, and she has exceeded, she's doing 500 K and 700 K now. So this is more ready. Yes, this can quote exactly where you put this storage. Because is the case. This is ready to use. We didn't apply to the test of this one. These are just there are samples that are also okay, so this is cereal made from paper. Like yes, we make pasta or we make yes, we make pasta or we make pap. That's how this is made. This is not in the market yet. This is not in the market. This is not in the market. But it's from the east. Okay, so we try to do minimum supermarket. We do stockists and resellers, those who didn't have to, because it took us a while to get that. So we found another way to see their products into the hands of the customers. So what we needed to do was to continue to eat from the market because we discovered that Uber is actually what we call friendly food, and friendly customers, we found where we have found some of them on the internet, so that's just marketing. So, but then only few stores are able to get our products into our neighborhood stores who do not necessarily have other challenges. We can open stores, we want to open stores. So you're not no. ShopRite, for instance, when I send to ShopRite, they are pricing us way below the cost of the price of the products. It was bad for us. What do you buy for it? We have a 25 kg bag, and we also buy from retail. Some of them want to buy the 25 kg bag, and then we buy some of them want to buy the retail packs. So you're just trading. You're not putting a graph on the you just buy it like it's a first step, not to grab. No, it's branded. So it's like it's branded, so for some of them it's cheaper for them to buy it because we're not costing them for small retail pack sizes. So what do you think the business of Coopers is doing on Australia? They said, you know, they said like they have a community of Igbos like we have. However, because of the trade, we discovered that Australia, for instance, when local food gets out of there, it's easy to just people food. We realize that every tribe of Nigeria or even foreigners, they want to explore something new coming to their country. So that's now. Just for Africans wherever they live. Yes. It's just the institutional benefits and most of them that sees goes for.
One last question.
Yes.
So, the processing, what is special about it? Why this program becomes popular? There is special configuration of markets and markets. This is what we call special recipe.
There is no special recipe for instance because we are not selling food. However, what we have been able to do in the last 2-3 years was we obtain directly from farmers. One of the things that we are doing as a business is to take children away from farm to school. Because in the cost of this business, we discovered that the majority of the women we have in the rural communities that are processors that buy directly from farmers. Both farmers and processors, they are children are able to go to school because everyone has put hands together to work for something from farming to school. So what we're able to do at least in 2020 was to take away children. And then for every part of product sold, we take away percentage that goes back, even though we pay them for processing, that still goes back to financing children going to school and keeping them in school instead of being the farm. And just in 20, because of doing that, in 2020, we grew our contract staff from 15 to 55 currently. I just came out from travel. So we continue to expand the community of the contract staff. Okay, so for the 3 key staff we have, which is myself, the 3 of us are on this slide, which is myself, Victor, and Mrs. Lola. Mrs. Lola is government as a board of advisory. It's possible. We actually do, yes. Yes. The key person, the other person that we're paying 25, 30, which is 30,000, was the young man that was there today. So the rest of us literally just managing whatever is doing like that. Thank you.
judges, that was Chichi Ariel Good, and her brand was Genesis Good. And now we have Joy, whose company is Big Head Foods. Alright, my name is Joy from Weekend Food, and Weekend Food is an organic production company. We produce plantain flour, wheat, and soya beans. And we solve a problem for healthy and Nigerians who believe in processed food and processed items, whereby Africans reach influence and don't think it's too far. So the essence of Weekend Food is that there are a lot of, like, various statistics said that 2 billion people, 2 billion women and children have go through malnutrition in Nigeria. And they're getting solve this problem by providing health products such as plantain flour and food. So our product is solving this problem by creating awareness and providing food that are not product basis. Our product don't use basis. So the shop that the right shelf is very short, like 6 to 8 months. So we take natural taste to export and not to wait for people to produce later and die before they eat rice. A lot of people die without even their down paper, without people die, and waiting is very critical before they change this narrative. A lot of the market for this product is really high, the international market. It's a market that is not so tapped into in the sense that the cost of production of plantain flour in Nigeria in per annum is up to 3,000 tons. And the demand is more than the current supply that we have right now. And in the international market, in South Africa, it is higher in the UK, in the US, a lot of people plantain, soya bean. So we can start as an organization that competes with the ground from importing of processed food, whereas we can tap into foods that we have agriculturally without having to import some of those things. So also some of our products already in South Africa already, and we face a lot of challenges in terms of exporting, but each day we become aware of how to do it better, and we are overcoming some of those challenges. Basically, what we do, the phone for is for expansion, to get equipment to make production easier and faster to run.
Hi, so I have a question for that. I think actually it's more common now to sell them. So how does compete with the rest of the alcohol more?
Okay, so basically, we go to hospitals to create awareness. We have a different cycle. But even a secondary university student can afford our program. We call it different cycle. And we go to hospitals to have health talk. We go to the rural community to tell them that these things that they can do and they have an efficient problem. It's actually not that solving a problem. They don't need to get us government or go far from it. So we go out and educate people. And we have our target audience, although we used to kind of like, oh, this thing is for old people, which we are not trying to change that vision. We are using every platform that we have to create awareness that we don't need to get to their own to solve this right.
Thank you. Curious about there a very important way in is there a service way of employee insurance?
Okay, so basically, do getting exported, as I said earlier, family and friends who are in the US, who travel, we give to them to export. Because I that we can mistake. That's what okay, so it's not like $300,000. $300,000. Okay, we make over $300,000 naira.
Give us samples, not the information samples. So I don't ask pricing, I don't have for this.
Yes, there is packages, 1 kg, 2 kg, 5 kg.
How many SKUs do you have?
How many
packs do you have?
Okay, we have 1 kg, we have 2 kg, we have 5 kg.
What are the price points?
Okay, for 1 kg, we sell for 1,000, right? For 2 kg, we sell for 1,000. And for 5 kg, we sell for 5,000.
Oh, no problem.
All right, judges, that was Joy from BKM Food. And next we have Oziama Ukedu onboarding and businesses Eden Acres Integrated Organic Farm.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Oziama Ukedu. Sorry. Oh, okay. My name is Oziama Integrated Organic Farm.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
So have you ever been worried about how sick the consumer is with the news making the media about chemical food like Monsanto and then people having cancer, kidney failure? Have you ever been stressed from work that has to make it to the market to get store bread and food? Then we are for you. Because even they have the family to take one company, growing food naturally and safely in partnership with smallholder women farmers, and then we package this food hygienically and distribute through subscription-based plans around Lagos. The problem to solve is basically getting fresh produce timely, conveniently, right? And also creating income for smallholder farmers to work with. So the global problem of scarcity is worsened by increasing population and poverty and COVID, right? So that's where we come in. And then we work with smallholder farmers and handle end-to-end logistics and supply, packaging and distribution. And then this creates ripple effects. So our dedicated communities spread all year round. So it's food season and even off-season, because we're providing them with drip irrigation, policy seeds, and even training. And then this is reducing hunger in low-income communities, and women are getting a better living and getting good value. Most of our customers live in Lagos. There are also 6 million people in Lagos, and it's a huge market. Things we do are perishable food, and everybody eats vegetable once a week. Fruits, carbs, tubers, and all of that. Much sugar, you don't spend anymore. So this is our focus. We do home delivery, and beyond this, we do subscription for home users. We also work with supermarkets, and then even closer and help expand our footprint. And then we work with hotels as well. And then restaurants and the likes. And that increases our market on a regular basis. Started in 2018, and then we grew from 5 million to about 21 million in 2019. And 2020, also 7 million annual sales turnover, because we didn't sit down. Basically, the demand was high. People would go out and then have to make lots of deliveries. So a lot of clients came on board, our customers referred us to a number of people. Okay, that's the introduction. So this is that's our financial. So we work on getting smallholder, not smallholder farmers, but if we said that women, connecting with the women, and then we done about 3,500 weekly boxes, work about 5 supermarkets, points, Hartley's, boutiques, like really choice supermarket on the island of the mainland, and then we work with viral.
So what kind of members do you cover?
Lagos as a good space. And sometimes we drive. And once in a while, that's always what happens. Because you don't just go open vegetable, exotic vegetable, they don't see in the open market, people come here, try vegetable. And even the local ones, because we encourage them to eat as much of the local content. So we bring in our seeds and buy from some companies in Nigeria.
The conservative extension being last year,
about 3.8 million. That's one. And all extras.
how much do you say is spent? How much is spent
on logistics? 25%. So it is huge because we have just about logistics. So it is both beyond the farm, we produce from the interior villages to Lagos. Then when we get to Lagos and sort and pack, it's also delivered to either the supermarket or to homes or to the restaurants. And usually those things are high perishable and delicate. So we need to move around the temperature control the environment so that they remain as fresh as when it was harvested. And sometimes you have to do high in banks during the lockdown. So that people like drop out in the lockdown and move from just to remain very, very fresh and not torn.
So how do you manage your ecosystem?
Okay, so in each location we have a cluster of people growing particular vegetables or fruits. So just for instance, in the most temperate region in Nigeria, strawberries, cauliflower, broccolis are grown there. So we have representatives who is in Jos and who manages the cluster in that area. I am in Lagos and we have the cluster in the state and as well. So basically, if you don't address the parts of the Lord, you just want to be the hostel and people that come. So I mean, delivery starts Friday to Saturday. Today already we're receiving products from all over. So just as on Wednesday, it's coming in Saturday or then tomorrow when we start to deliver. For those of the West that comes on Saturday, as well as very early and sent out.
So if you were what
okay, so our demand has rapidly increased for us. I started from my kitchen, and then we had to go to one space, and we need a bigger space. And of course, we said we have more and buy equipment. So one of us, teaching manually to have a good water from wrapping things to the regular people to have a big machine, but to see like chicken and all of that. So the bigger space, I actually have a cooling van. So I'm going to on the end. So our grant was our students to help us on the cooling van because the space one that's the most cost for us, logistics. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
using a integrated organic farm. Now we have Kazim Amina, and her company is Obada Home. Good afternoon. My name is Kazim Amina.
The time starts now.
My name is Amina Kazim, and I'm the founder of Obada Home. Obada is a sustainable production, processing, and packaging of healthy Nigerian rice, popularly known as Obada rice grown in the state of Nigeria. According to this graph, you can see that the demand for rice in Nigeria is continuously growing as rice is consumed household food in Nigeria. So that's it, it's not actually going to demand. And that the effort by the government to cut importation of rice into the country and encourage production. But despite the fact that we are locally produced rice, we are still one of the highest importers of rice in the world. And that's why the government is actually pushing for us to grow rice in Nigeria. However, production of rice comes with greater importance, healthy processing of rice, as our rice are currently at the front of disadvantage to imported rice based on the quality and presence of stone, sharp, and other items in the rice. So one of the species of rice that is being grown in Nigeria is Obada rice, and has medically proven to be a healthier species of rice and has been recommended to people with underlying health issues such as diabetes. And that's what we're focusing on. Next slide, please. The problem we identify is the inadequate production and distribution of Obada rice, unhealthy processing and handling by farmers and market sellers, presence of stones, sharp and wet, poor import of small-scale products as they do not have the means of distribution to get things to their customers, and also health risks arising from unhealthy consumption of Obada rice. Now imagine when you have diabetes and the doctor tells you, stop eating normal rice and stick to brown rice, which is Obada rice. Then you end up taking out Obada rice. You know Obada rice and synonymous to stones and death. Then you end up taking out Obada rice and still like it for illness like appendicitis. So something that is supposed to be healthy for you on the long run still faces your health issues. So that is the healthy actually process, and that is what we are starting. We are increasing the production of Obada rice by starting at the revenue markets, farmers of the market. We ensure adequate processing, marketing and distribution, and then we sell in both retail to Nigerians in diaspora, export, and every other individual in Nigeria. Our rice is completely stone-free, 100% stone, no signs, no sharps, and there's a money-back guarantee you should get the end of it on that. Next slide, please. Our target market, we want to go B2B and B2C. We sell to individuals, caterers, chefs, and like other people with underlying health issues, Nigerians in diaspora. We also sell to the market wholesalers. We have distributors who represent our brand in different locations to cut out the logistics fee for our customers. We also have wholesalers who sell from us in bulk to repackage and sell to their own customers. So we are creating a niche for ourselves. Thank you. So currently we do both wholesale and retail, and because everywhere now there are other businesses around, we have created a niche for ourselves that we now focus on wholesale in tons, 500 kg for exports for people who are also selling and do not have the equipment that we currently have, like the solar machine, to ensure the quality control of their produce. So with this one, we're able to buy currently have a smaller generator, which delays our process as when we are running the distribution machine, we have to pause on seeding and bagging part of the food. We have from 2.5 to 50 kg. And then we have to pause on because the generator cannot power all the equipment at home. So with this one, we're able to buy the generator. We currently also have a solar machine of 500 kg per hour capacity. But with this one, we're able to buy a bigger capacity solar machine, which is 1,000 kg, not ton per hour. And with that will improve our productivity and we'll be able to reach our available demands in shorter time. Last year we had a turnover of over 18 million naira. they are going to return over of less than 50,000 across the year to 8.1 million naira. So due to the effect of COVID, being honest, COVID business as when COVID came and everything started, that was where we had to strategize and we focused more on wholesale rather than retail, and that helped increasing our turnover greatly from the previous years. And we were able to do over 8 tons of rice last year. So in this year, we are targeting being up to 20 tons. But the demand currently is more than the capacity. Yes. If I hear you correctly, we said this model works better than the used to. Exactly. Although it doesn't reduce profit margin, but people know, and then we just took out another number at the end of last year. So with this number, we should show the areas of putting our products for market and big stores. We'll be able to sort it out, placing our products on every possible supermarket in the country. And when we do that, we'll be able to cut out personal retail sales from our customers, and they can now do their retail from the supermarkets. While we focus on the wholesalers and exports to provide. What's your marketing? What's your marketing? We market on Instagram. We constant our Instagram groups or rather we market on Instagram. We use Facebook and we create content where we teach people how to eat or rather the normal way we know to eat or rather and should I say the traditional way. Everybody knows to cook your rather right and they make their market and that's it. So we now have this chat picture. Some of these more recipes are actually know that you cannot be restricted to one way. You can make this as a low price. You can have it as stir fry. You can have it as fried rice. There is no restriction. You can just enjoy it just as much as you enjoy it tomorrow. Why do you think that? Rice is fruit and I do so people. I don't encourage my customers so they can buy them. Sorry? Have you read one? One. Have you read one? Previous people? Yes, I have access. Initially, grants or loans? Grants. Initially, when we started, we were outsourcing the part of the school as more afford the machine and so other equipment like that. We were not really but then we didn't have it, so we have to go and go. But we started in France and we able to get this. Now that we're able to go to 500 kg per hour cinema machine. Also, we're running from the store, we had a store, and then when we applied for that, we had have so many ways that production space, people are supposed to have production space, so because of the funds that were able to access, we now have a money back, and we also have the walk-in store. So when customers come now, they can walk into us in the reception and buy, but they do not have access to our production space. We have a really much orange one, that is condition. But no, why was that? No.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more. Sorry.
Yes. Okay, judges, that was Kazima Amina in Babaraho, and now we have Chibuzali with Motion Ventures. I'm Chibuzali for Motion Ventures. The couple of years ago in my final year, I did a presentation on the technical analysis in package prices. And because of my research, I found that a number of package snacks contain a lot of these artificial additives and some a lot of sugar. So as a snack person, I decided to make my snacks by tweaking online recipes, like basic, for example, my drink with soya oil. Make on their snacks. So that was like a comment Motion Ventures, and our vision is to become the little brand for healthy snack option in the next 5 to 10 years. And we are doing this by making healthy mixes with wholesome ingredients and by packaging some by regional snacks. So this is what our snacking looks like now. It might look more like the second picture. These in our bodies should be filled and naturally not in our bodies. We'll find that most of the snacks we take now contain a lot of sugar, and with sugary things, we tend to eat a lot of them at the time. So, snack market and Nigeria is a very huge market. Currently, we started in the age of 20 to 60 years old. And we also find that, especially because of the current work from home culture, a lot of people snack at home as opposed to earlier. Next slide. Okay, our current products are coconut snacks and oven roasted granules. So coconut snacks is a nice blend of wholesome ingredients, and granules are oven roasted and making kind of oven roasted. Okay, these are primary sources of revenue now. However, by the next few months, we're working on new snacks to introduce to the market. And we also need to sell products. Next slide. Okay, currently we do mostly direct marketing. However, we are looking to do more online promotions to boost our sales. And we are also looking to develop business relationships with logistics companies to facilitate delivery. Next slide. Okay, I just tried to show the cash flow forecast for March, from March 2021 to March 2022. It's not very clear, but right now, okay, from cash flow forecast, we are looking to our sales by about 150% by the end of this year. No, we don't have blood that yet. We have about 100% in our branches of our body. Actually, our this is open roasted, it's not roasted fat. And this is slightly spiced. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Cowboy, and I'm the founder of Match Baby Food, a 100% organic baby food company that produces healthy meals for infants and toddlers. Did you know that 45% of all deaths in children under the age of 5 is caused by malnutrition? Africa faces a unique situation where the number of malnourished children is on the rise, and the number of obese children is also rapidly on the rise. The WHO calls this the double burden of malnutrition. I'm sure we all know a friend or relative who has had to deal with diabetes, heart disease, and even cancer. Next, relating to that, or contributing to that, are trends towards a high-fat, high-sugar, fast food diet among our middle and upper-income households. I started Match Baby Food to provide a healthy solution with all of the nutrients and none of the junk. All our products are nutrient-dense, yet contain zero added sugar, preservatives, and synthetic flavors. I want you to imagine for a moment that you're a new mom, and you'll be so fortunate to have the help of family, or mugo, as our people call it. As time goes on, reality begins to set in as everyone moves. You might even return to work as maternity leave comes to an end. At the same time, baby is also transitioning into a new phase in life, moving from a new puppy diet to a world of solid foods. This is a period of confusion for so many moms. Where do I start? What do I do? I don't have time to do anything. Next, you may take address the major nutritional challenges of African child, but I also created using authentic African flavors that stimulate your baby's taste buds and keep them engaged. Also making the transition to family food a lot easier on the entire family. Next, why do we need this opportunity? First, let me tell you where we're going. This is the vision for Match Baby Food. This is just a prototype. It's a frozen food tray. But I realized that as an unknown startup, not many parents trust me feeding their babies some protein. I started a baby food on the doorstep. I decided to highlight the convenience of my eating media for what's out there. Parents love this idea. So this led us to our current business model, which is still freshly prepared, but for my freezer to yours. Now parents are comfortable ordering frozen purees for their babies from Match Baby Food. Our next and original intention is the frozen food trays. This is scalable for us as business as we can distribute it stores. Yes, this one's fine. But it's also convenient for the parents as all you have to pop out a food cube, put that in the microwave, 3 minutes later.
What is this? What is this 1 million naira?
So with the 1 million naira, we're currently seeking national approval for our country. And so we need some equipment to be able to bring our factory up to code. So these are things of the equipment there. There's billions in appliances because this is very sensitive. So we're being held to the highest level of customers are working moms, mostly working moms. Yes, so I started the business in 2018. And like I mentioned, we've been doing it a lot of well, in the first year, we did 3.5 million. No, 2018, 3.5. 2019, 5 million. Last year, 3.5. Yes.
And you're not paying
No, this is all from us. So, yes. This is Instagram. But this year, we're trying to expand off Instagram. And then once we have our data, we can get it to stores as well. This is just a prototype. It's supposed to be frozen.
What's the profit you're finding?
What's
the profit you're finding on that?
Our margins currently, we have a margin 40% margin. Everything right now goes back into the business because we had to come out of our own kitchen, do the factory, dedicated space for this, and then also buy equipment for basic processing and all of that. So everything right now goes back into the business. There's currently 4 of us. I have a finance background. I've since gotten a certificate in child nutrition and cooking from Stanford University of Rhine. So that has really helped in pushing the business forward. And then we also have a consultant that specializes in food safety because of our consumers. Yes. So sorry. I'm struggling with the so I think you're talking about just like something to flash something that is important, right? To keep and preserve the nutrients. You also mentioned how people want to use a few talk about that and put the microwave. Can you say more about that? Okay, so basically, the food comes out of the receive and you just put it in your microwave safe bowl, and in 3 minutes, once you heat it up, it comes out of the consistency as pasta. It can also be warm in course, but of course, because of the time, I didn't want to go into that. We can fill a small pot as well. So if I take this now, I can use back to sort of cut it with the. No, we just pop it out of the bottom like ice cream, and then I can put the rest back in the freezer. Yes, the way that is the machine for the sealing happens, it seals each one individually, so you don't need to open everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, judges, that was Tinka Boy with Mash Baby Food. Now we have Nigeria Abdulmati with Ethnic Africa. Good evening.
Are you ready? Your time starts now.
My name is Nikita Abdulmajid. I am the co-founder of Ethnic Africa. And I've run the business for 7 sustainable culture. So basically what we're doing is we're selling our African story, we're telling it our way through our beautiful, sorry. So we're telling the African story through African fashion accessories and so use things like casualty, leather, and wood to create accessories that we need every day. And the idea is to be able to create things that we get every day that we don't need to import or buy from other countries. And we have put in the work, we've done the research, and we have workers. We've gone from a shed to now a 3-bedroom workshop, was a 2-bedroom store, in-house store that people walk in. So, yeah. So basically, what gets us out of bed every day? What gets us out of bed every day is that one, we get to sell our stories to people and change the narrative for what we are. The other thing that helps us get out of bed every day is that we train at least 10 people in a year. Out of these 10 people, we have at least 5 of them. We have been able to absorb some of these people that work with us right now. We can also be able to train other people that are so at least and also open their own brands and do very, very well. The other thing that of course helps us get out of bed is we make some money out of this. And then you will ask us that, okay, so how have you been selling the story? We have constantly registered with other organizations that are exhibiting, like the Lagos Fashion Fair, the GT Fashion Week, London, Pure London. Because done quite a few exhibitions. This is how we tell our story. This is how we meet people and we traffic on our page on Instagram. And we continue to tell our story on Instagram as well. We have worked, so in terms of customers, our customers are divided into 2 categories. The corporate organizations are the individuals, the corporate organizations are the taxi, inside, Google. So when we do things corporate business, so for example, if it's your holding, we have created some of these for corporate organizations who give to their stakeholders at the end of the year. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes.
Sorry, I have one question.
Yes, please.
How much did you do last year?
All of us.
Sorry?
All of us.
So
we have 45 months and it was just a Lagos State that's the only good start. Every single thing we raise ourselves.
how many years are you?
Right now we're 15 in total.
Before me, how many?
Little, so we have a 25% profit margin.
25%.
Yes.
So that's about 18 months profit.
Yes. Yes. Well, we recently, like, if you had been to our workshop in November, you would see the considerable difference. We've done some videos on Randall, so you multi-million last year, right? Why do you need a multi-million? Okay, so one of the things that we always say is that we cannot do it alone. We can't do it alone, and we feel that once the state was not so look for access once they will have grown a little faster. So part of the things we have done is to invest some of these funds in machines that help us produce more. Because when we produce more, we won't be so afraid to reach out to other countries to export these items. So one of the major things that has been holding us back from exporting is to be able to fulfill the capacity that we would need in export. So this is why we are now saying, okay, you know what, let's go out, let's ask other people, there's an opportunity, why not take it? Well, how much do you need? Okay, so in the long term, to be honest, it is short term. So we have projects in phases, and the phase we are in right now is to increase capacity. In terms of the bags, making more bags and making more. So one of the things we did last month towards the end of February was to buy a cutting machine, a leather cutting machine. So now we don't cut leather by hand anymore. So in that case, we need about 7 million to buy. So this machine I want to buy today, that we are pitching for is the lasting machine. So it takes them about 2 hours to actually last. So it's a process. I want to put this on the slide. You sew the actual cake, and then you last it onto a mold that looks like ours. And so that process of molding it could take them about 2 hours. Sometimes we don't get it so perfect. We stick with the machine, all we have to do is put the mold, attach it, and then it's done within seconds. That's half of it. So the machine is actually 1.2. Also was increased. Thank you. Thank you. So with this bag, we've seen immense improvements in our production as well. Yeah, I mean, I won't brag. Okay, so that's one of the things that will help to bring it down to be honest, because what has happened now is that the cost of every single thing is expensive. Leather is so expensive. We cannot buy leather in bulk. So we always have to go to the market to buy what is available. So if we're able to go directly to the market, buy much cheaper. Basically, I think we all understand that producing larger quantities of things reduces your overhead. Thank you so much.
There's no policy.
Okay, judges, that was Rajita and Maji with Ethnic Africa, and now we have Miriam Adini, whose business is the snail factory.
Start now.
We understand what we wish it out to farmers and consumers. All you basically do is economical business, resource them. If I spend the large from the farmers, we remove it and process it themselves. Problems, not rushing it that only rich can afford pricing. And I mean, why it is much to that person wants to eat. Our standard actually support for the move on great convenience for certain things in your house or other things and we never to understand. Also, we empower the consumer before we buy much from the farmer. So basically, buy the large company from the farmer, who process it, clean it, we package it themselves. Also, we have dry sales for long distance travel. This is one in Nigeria. Another social media platforms, those selling and online. Our whole usually comes to the fact that we offer products to our customers. Our things are 100% local, our prices are super affordable, and are reliable. We sell our snows 20 pieces per bag. The medium size goes for 4,500 naira. We buy a little of 2,500 naira. 500 naira. Our office is 1,500 naira. We will sell an average of 50 packs of snow. One pack is 20 pieces, which means roughly 1,000 pieces per month. And our profit for months, an average of 75,000 naira. This will come. Asking customers 1 million naira to get a vacuum sealer machine and a vacuum sealer battery. Also, get a vacuum sealer also sell a bread to our customers, so we need money to for the business. Also, we would like to increase our visibility on the right to advertise. My name is Miriam Adeni. Thank you very much.
This was what you wanted.
Yes. Not yet. So like recently we sell food and lots of South food restaurants, and we also sell
However, I want to have a website because this year we have to help our farmers to sell online, which will increase the
Yes.
How does the credit facility work? How does the credit facility work? Okay, so restaurants are meant from us between 1 week to 1 month. Okay. And what happens if the restaurant has opened? You pay. What happens if they open? Now, employees that I'll take the next. Okay, up next we have Chioma Ukpali, the Council Design.
Time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chioma Ukpali, and I'm here to teach from Council Design. We are in the business of crafting footwear such as shoes, boots, bags, and belts, and other materials we crafted into any of this. We started when we discovered that Nigerian manufactured products were tagged substandard or they were tagged not durable. First of all, quality products, and certainly the trend of this place on the table now. Some of our value proposition is environment and health and social responsibility. Our environment and health value proposition is we turn waste leather into usable products. So we recently started that. So instead of leaving kids walk around the streets and tip them and make them sources of leather, instead of disposing them and reaching gold, we bring it together and start on them such as table mats for now. How do we do that? We cut them into short pairs and then we can now sew them and they turn to short table mats or just laptop carriers. So instead of using your laptop, just throw them. We make our profit through sales online for now. We have a share pattern, we don't have discount space. Our competitors are people that same business with us. But our competitive advantage is the fact that we're very excited about the we need to enable us to expand the business. The business started slowly from just 2, but now we have about 5 permanent workers, which are shoemakers as well. And now we also have about 20 to 30% of what is going to leadership plan launch this year. So we need to expand it. So we're still going to expand the business by getting a physical space in our own factory. We also need to get assets. These assets, we need them
so that we can be able to increase productivity. From our customers have to wait 8 to 10 days, and sometimes get this from a normal price of money. But those people that have a few store, but we want to promote Nigerian brands, we want to create job opportunities, and we also want to improve our industry. So we need to get equipment that can help us to start practicing shifts at a lesser time limit. Okay, we actually, like I was saying, I was talking about the disciples. That's how we sort them. So kids in our area, because we have the share factor, there are other shoes that come from this machine. So kids in the area, they come into them. So I thought of something different this year. What can I do to keep these kids busy? But we can't give them idle because the factory is busy. There are about 10 other shoe makers here. So because of the news we hear, what we do is, okay, let's speak this way. Anything that I say, I can just turn it into anything, and I try thinking about anything. And I figure that I can catch different letters in different colors, and I must tell the product, and I don't think customers are buying it. Okay, we must so not give them yet, but I know that before people get people using more because during the lockdown I had no sales at all. Even till now, it's affecting us. So I'm looking for things to just put us out there so that people can buy. So for now, factory is where everything is being changed. When the factory is not a child, it's just on the ground. But because of the one need that place, there are people who don't have to do it. So now what we do, just sanitize their hands and people will not. People, when they're home, I can now use the cloths to clean it so that I can look clean. The other way of polish, neutral polish. For now, we don't choose because for them to send it to the market, due to innovation and cost, I feel like they're already seen as standard. So we pick the one and we have to sway there and there. And since we started, customers have complained about the actions here. How many problems? We have 5 full-time people that are full-time because 5 should be that administrator, and we have about 15 to 20 people that are working with us as distributors and fund reps, they sell the positions. Our revenue last year was about 2 million, 7 because 2 million, 7 because during the lockdown, why making sales? Most of the sales were made by the time January period. So after that, it was very difficult coming back into the market. That's why we're looking for competitive ways to keep showing up in front of people so that we can make sales. I'll put it on about 800 and yeah, you know we ended the store 808,000 naira. but now we're not using laminated papers. The letters are not very easy.
Next, we'll be having Joy Teddy and her company is Future Home and AMP Tech NG.
Thank you very much. My name is Joy. I'm an economics and full-time assistant. So what we currently do at Future Potential is to supply and instead of that's the part of the food response to doing the local government. And that was when I was able to realize more that
Reading, read out. In, out, in. Are you ready?
Yes,
Your time. Your time starts now.
okay, so 80% of the system on the world is going to us system. And I realized that when I was only for the year that we should responsibility during the lockdown because of the process of acquiring packing the food and even getting down to the next privilege and age population was very much difficult. I had to tell them this to me. So so since I said, okay, so what I was thinking, all of these are complex and since we develop new ideas that will really introduce system, we will not be able to achieve security in Lagos and Sahara Africa. So the best time to invest in this new era, I believe this is the beginning of the new era, is now. Okay, next slide. What is the reason why we get here? Because our challenges like strong non-cancer, diabetes, and less have been directly to the and why? It's because when food is produced, it has a higher chemical residue or toxins from storage through the food and practices that are moving this market. So we spend trillions of naira in dealing with that challenge here. So now finally, I know that last day I said in Lagos State. And so right now it's making it this self-service skills. Now, the self-service skills is supposed to be automated and supposed to be able to serve the lab and system. And so this now let's talk about configuration. Then the display measure, and then we use a particular when you finish working. And like to display or some of what and the secret learning section and the security section. Next. So there are two ways to using self-service skills. First is you don't have service. Now I want you to imagine driving into a very filling station or electric phone. Now when you get a family you're buying with and you want to get those because you can already see a self-service skills with so many sites showing that you can get the process from there. I'm talking about certain things like health already fast. Now, so you can use a web app to pick products that are already in that self-service skills, make payment. And after that done with payment, you get the token number. When you get the token number, you walk down to self-service skills and you pick the product that must carry this thing. Now, the second solution is being able to use digital service. Now, I mentioned that interactive interface or display section the other time. So when you get there, it gives you options. You pick, it's just like an easy way to do. You will make payments by a payment system that is called or people who match it. And then you can find the system the product and then they are done. So there are 40 million people in Lagos. There are so many people on Lagos Island. And then okay, so in 2019, 22 trillion was spent on food production, and 2.5 trillion was spent on vegetables, leafy vegetables, other vegetables, and then dairy for a start. That's what we're running. Okay, so because I used chillers, one of chillers, I wanted to explain that. So I used one of chillers for my business. And I was like, fixing my already packed, the already packed meetings I was putting is waiting for that I don't mind as future food engine. We kept them with this chiller. And then for the rest of 2 weeks, until the disaster, because the temperature was able to protect them. And so now I realize that if these products are products that we want to renew every month, every day, they are going to be stationed at 24 hours filling stations on Ireland. But we're going to make sure that every product that is up to 24 hours will be new. So we'll be able to sell it to our other regulation.
Okay, so your app, what are you looking into improve that? So can I look at say how many vending machines are vending is one, but where the process I can go to manage?
Yes, so you probably are still at work and you know that you're going to drag it to the next vending machine. So you make your order and then you get the people. All you just need to do is just okay, put it into the products.
So what exactly is the future of this thing? You own the vending machine.
Okay, so just going to the slide for the delivery. So the next one is $5,000 of brackets, one vending machine. I would have been able to show you the name of the company on the same. So right now I have 1 million to sell. I have 1 million to complete, so maybe 2 million to sell. Now, the reason that you have to be confident, said that we want to do everything I have on my day, the cultural space, our future plan, because this is new ground. And I want to select because I want to help to transform the system. Okay, so just one machine. 200,000. Yes. Now, this is, we're not selling, this machine is going to be a station at the already.
What can you do right now?
Right, okay, what we're doing right now? No, this is the basic right now. I'm talking about for the vending machine. So, yeah, okay. So, currently, we're in the next stage. I'm trying to get the first vending machine. We want another future energy that passes with it. Yes. Right. Okay. So this one that is machine is vending machine that you are protecting for 100. Where? Okay, so for the first vending machine, we can't put the railroad station. Railroad, one.
On that narrative.
Yes. So the messages, this is one side of the last year in the month of December, I rented vending machines for 2,700 players. Why don't you rent it out for me and see kind of number of that person? Because I don't see basis for it to be. Okay. I don't. Do like a small pilot. What we choose and see what I do. Then we can have more conversations. Thank you so much. Okay, now we have Tanya Alini, and then her company is Omo Akara FinTech Services Limited. Hello, judges. Good evening. My name is.
Are you ready? Your time starts now. So your time starts. Second. This one?
Yes.
Are you ready? Your time starts now.
Good evening, judges. My name is Talia, the co-founder of OFR. I'm here to teach our work together over 10 years ago. I became a single mom. And I had to, for the first time in my life, do providing finance to take care of myself. At the same time, I was working in management consulting, and I was tasked to create a solution for small businesses, multiple solutions for small businesses. In going out to meet the small businesses, I found out that over 65% of these businesses in Nigeria are in the formal trade sector. And a lot of them are women traders. A lot of them are underserved, most of them are single mothers and single breadwinners. And a lot of them are totally dedicated to them. And that's what brought the passion for me to create a solution that is targeting women traders. Actually, there are over 20% of women traders in Nigeria, every financial service. 25 million of these women in Nigeria can't get access to national financial services. And that's why we created our User Women Trader program. Next slide, please. The User Women Trader program, what we are doing is that we create an individual network or use our technology platform to bring financing of wholesale to women traders into the cooperative world. With our introducers, next slide, please. Our introducers are usually market women. So what we do is that they form groups of these women, and we give them access to finance, leveraging a peer-to-peer model. Okay, so they organize themselves in circles, we give them access to finance, and with this finance, they can improve their businesses, help their children, pay school fees, handle their budgets. Next slide, please. This is an example of our team member, working with the users, Madam Ogola. Women Trader program. She actually was our pioneer tester. I'm happy to say that today, Madam Ogola has helped over 20 women capital cycle get access to an average of 1.5 million in financing. So it's amazing. In Nigeria today, of course, we know that there's a large credit deficit globally, and there's a 5 million in Nigeria. Next slide, please. And with our women trader program, it's phenomenal. We're actually going 50% month on month, word of mouth, our introducer program and social media engagements. Next slide, please. Hopefully, we know that there are a lot of people who provide to micro and small businesses, but we are different because this product focuses on women trader. And I'd like to announce to you that today, we've got over 30 million naira in loans, and we have 100% improvement in the industry because of our women. Okay, I mean, our team, we're a people market team, so we understand the problem. We relate to it. We have a background in technology, marketing, financial services, management, consulting, professional finance. Next, please. Today, we've got a lot of press. We were covered by the South African Nairametrics standpoint, just telling our stories of how we are supporting the promotion segment. In October, we're one of the top 5 global startups in the world, actually, for the Mastercard Finance Alliance competition. Our customers are happy. I like the work women is really help us to our financial options.
Thank you so much.
So how does it work? Okay, so how it works is that we go to various countries to community markets. Okay, we pick leaders in each community market. The leader has some few criteria. Number one, she must have been in our market for at least 10 years. She must have a global devices. She registers online, so I let the technology be scale. But we have the she outputs at members who are people that she can focus over time. All right. Then we get access to financing through B2B operating
Now what? Who are you left with? Okay, so the money goes to she distributes to her cluster. She collects the money from her cluster. And one of the good things is that because of the search company, she actually shares the interest, which makes her loyal. So, for example, for every loan here, not sure that she has to do, but she has to be someone who is qualified, do verification, do social verification. How long that she be in the market, make sure that she has access to mobile device so that she can register on the platform, things like that. And then what we do, then it's possible and model. We focus on empowering that individual. That's the message, okay? We give her education, financial education, she gets an insurance cover, okay, and so that she can then take care of her team members, and that's what that will be able to stay with.
Can you please share with me some of your financing terms? Financing terms.
Okay, so what
kinds of tenor, interest rates,
okay, great. So what we do is that we give what we call a cycle loan, all right? And the cycle loan calculation. So a woman trader can come in and say, I have a profile, and each of them needs 50,000 naira, all right? Now, so they repay that loan on a monthly basis in cycles, so they cycle it out. Okay, so they pay it and they cycle it out to the months. Now, the 10% interest rate, 6% goes to us, and 40% goes to the because we are one of the people and ensuring that the risk is born sort of risk management. So it's 10%. So we do a monthly cycle. So now if you want to increase the amount this month, we borrow 100,000. Next month, we can borrow 150,000. That way, that's just monitor that their businesses are actually growing, so that we're not just giving you money and take a loan and that's it. We actually monitor the growth of the businesses. So, for example, and Molola had one shop actually monitoring that we're actually coming in parents.
So say they borrow like 100,000 for 1 month. Yes, and they don't decide.
Yes,
for how much do they do?
10,000 naira. 10,000 naira. After the 10,000 naira, 4,000 naira. Yes. So after the 10,000 naira, Madam Mola gets 4,000 naira for coordinating the workers.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, for flats. Yes, flats.
Yes, it's free out about 30 million.
Yes, please. Over a period. Without 30 million over 8 months.
What is your profit margin?
10%. No. So what we do is we're giving part in that way. Okay. So don't calculate per month, calculate per transaction. Okay. So here's what it is.
said, then I'm like, no, they're offering me compliments. These people are not going to lend to me, okay, because I have a background. I don't give financing, I don't give records, but I'm doing good business. Okay, and so we are bringing that money to them and meeting them where they're at. And that market is large. I mean, we plan to get to this year to 10,000 women, and it's feasible because we're already seeing, like I said, it's the money. 10,000 women. The program is for women, and over 100, one needs over 100 community members. Scratch the surface of the book. That's what was saying.